Hi and welcome, I'm Paul. I'll be your host, alongside Dave, the platypus in the Matrix, who likes to hang out on my head. It's a long story, but he likes it up there. Just likes those stories, you know. Can't blame him, can you? This is my monthly compilation for the month of July 2026. Lots of glitch in the Matrix and paranormal stories. If you want to use these as sleep stories, feel free. Timestamps will be in the video description for each story, as well as my occasional personal thoughts on some of them. These will be ad-free to facilitate a very deep sleep. That's it. Take it away, Dave. Let's get to it. Story by Whirlpool Sunshade, a guardian in uniform. This happened in the mid to late 90s when I was between 4 to 6 years old. Since it was so long ago, my memory might be a bit skewed, so please bear with my use of maybe or probably. I was on holiday with my parents and another family who were friends of theirs. We were window shopping on the sidewalk of a busy one-way road. My parents were always very careful with my siblings and me. They kept a close eye on us, especially near traffic. You guys can probably guess where this is going. I remember I had a sketching pen and a similarly sized cardboard tube, which likely came from one of those party whistles that rolls out when you blow into it. I was holding both in the same hand. For some reason, I decided I didn't want the cardboard tube anymore and was going to throw it into the busy street. Very stupid, I know. I remember thinking that if I didn't move the sketch pen to my other hand or my pocket, I might accidentally throw the pen away instead. Everything after that is a blur. I realized I'd thrown the pen away, so I yanked my hand out of my mom's grip and ran into oncoming traffic to go get it. The next thing I remember is standing on the other side of the street. My mom was hugging me, my dad was angry, and the family friends were trying to calm my parents down. There was a security guard standing there, next to them. It seemed like he had been watching me when I ran into traffic, and he had chased after me to pull me to the other side. I specifically remember a slight burning sensation between my shoulder blades, as if someone had smacked my back. To this day, I assume it was my dad who hit me, perhaps out of pure shock and fear, though he never laid a hand on me before or after that. I've asked my mom about this incident in the past, but she just waved it away. I assumed she just doesn't want to revisit such a scary memory. Personally, I believe that the security guard is the one who pulled me to safety. For some reason, I just know it wasn't my parents who jumped into the traffic, though they likely tried and my brain just can't conjure the memory. I don't know if that man is still alive, as he seemed older even back then, but I wanted to put this out into the open internet to express my gratitude. Story by Hush a Blush, an angel in the bells. When I was in 6th grade, my swim coach passed away from cancer. I had been family friends with her since I was a baby. She was the first person my mom connected with after I was born, and we moved to a new city. I was destroyed after her death. I spelled out her name with sticks in my front yard, hoping that she would see me and watch over me. I remember not being able to go to school for about a week because I was constantly crying. At her funeral, they played Angels We Have Heard on High, and that song stuck with me. Not because it was Christmas time, but because she wanted that song played because she loved it. She passed in May, far from the appropriate time for that song to be played. I've noticed that every time I'm in a rut, wherever I am, I somehow hear that song. I remember being at a swim meet in middle school, feeling incredibly unprepared. I had been doubting my abilities to swim for a while, but a woman's ringtone in the bleachers I had been sitting on was Angels We Have Heard on High. Her phone rang, and my doubt melted away. I got second in my event that day. I was incredibly depressed in high school. I had no friends, no supportive home life, nothing. I remember hearing that song after my teacher let autoplay run through, and it was the next video. My worries felt less intense. There were a few other moments I heard this song that I remember, but they aren't as important. I live next door to a church now, and they ring their bells often. But this morning I was struggling quite hard due to my mom being diagnosed with thyroid cancer, and my boss won't give me the days off to see her after her surgery. I was lying in bed crying when all of a sudden I heard the same song, but this time it was the bells playing it. I 100% believe this is my old swim coach watching over me. Anytime I'm struggling, I hear that song and know everything is going to be okay. So first I want to say, the boss that you have, I hope it's had, past tense, is a mega L. That's just, how can, I get it. Your boss is focused on the company and wants the company to make money. Fair. But there's a limit, right? It's like some bosses, some people just aren't human. They sever their empathy completely. I don't get it. I'll never understand that. I try to approach all sides with consideration to understand the other perspective, even if I don't agree with it. It's helpful. So, trying to do that here, but there's nothing there. It doesn't appear like there's anything there. I don't know. But regarding the story, I just love how this is a reoccurrence for me, how music connects us in life, in death, to and from, it doesn't matter. Music plays a special role in our lives that is hard to quantify why, but it's there. And I think even in the beyond, they know that. It's always going to be there for you when you need it. If it's sent by your swim coach, if it's the universe trying to comfort you, your own guardian angel maybe, I don't know. But it's always there and it's always beautiful. Always cling to it if you need to. Story by Alita Battle Hacker. Echoes of Kilimanjaro. A number of years ago, I worked as a security guard at Hurricane Harbor in Arizona. I originally worked during the day, but shifted to nights in the off-seasons. On one of the nights I first worked, a seasoned guard told me that sometimes they hear things at night. I pushed back on him a lot and thought it was hazing, called him out thinking they were trying to spook me. I talked to superiors in the coming days, and they also told me sometimes the voice of a woman is heard at night and people see things. My superior told me she personally heard a woman talking in the bathrooms by the lazy river, which are checked and locked after the park closes, and when they unlocked it in the middle of the night, there was no one inside. I was told before Six Flags owned the park, a woman fell off a slide that no longer exists and died. At the time, I couldn't find any info on it, but checking the park's history recently, I found it's true. Back when the park was originally Waterworld Safari, a woman did fall off a slide named Kilimanjaro and died of head trauma in 2001. My encounter. One night, I was working with a newer guard overnight. We did our usual patrols to check cameras, gates, and doors. When we got to the cabanas by the wave pool, one of the TVs was still on. Didn't think much of it, and shut it off and set the controller back on the table. As we were walking out, the TV turned itself back on. Weird, but wrote it off and turned off the TV again. Then as we continued our rounds, I heard what sounded like a woman talking in the bushes by Mammoth Falls. The other guard didn't hear it, but he knew I wasn't screwing around. At this point, we think some people snuck in or something. Because of the fences and blocked off areas, we had a pinch point. He went around, and I went from the other direction and closed in. No one was there. We then finished checking the entire area and nothing. As we were walking away, we then heard someone whistle right from the area we just finished checking, 100%. This time he heard it, and we fully checked it again. Nothing. If someone was there, they could not have gotten away without us seeing them. After that, we wrap up and head back to the office talking about how weird that was, and then have to use the restroom. We get back to the office, and I get the key for the main guest bathrooms right next to the office. When I unlock and open the door, I hear the wet running of feet on the tile. I immediately radio to the other guard, and he sprints over within 15 seconds while I stand in the doorway. That door is the only way out. We walk through together on opposite sides. We meet in the middle. No one inside. Story by Majestic Jazz Hands. A twin of thread. I like to wear bandanas, kinda 1950s style, where the wider part of the folded bandana goes on the bottom back of the head and gets tied on top of the head. So I have a lot of them, but I know for a damn fact I never owned two of this same particular one, which also happens to be my favorite one, because it's black with a bunch of white skulls on it. This part is important. I moved up to this state almost 11 years ago, and since this was my favorite bandana, I brought it up here from New York. I have a bunch of other bandanas like this, black with white skulls on them. So a few days ago, I'm sitting on my bed getting ready for work, and I had this bandana sitting on the bed in front of me like 3 inches away from me. My hairbrush slipped off the side of the bed, so I got down to pick it up, and I glanced under my bed and saw another black bandana with skulls on it. So I grab it and put it on the bed next to my original bandana so that they're side by side, and then I re-look at them. I untie both of them and spread them out so that both of these bandanas are spread out in 2 squares side by side. They are completely identical, even down to the small hole near the edge of a corner where I stupidly, instead of getting scissors and cutting it off, I decided to just pull it off, which resulted in creating a small hole towards one of the corners. This duplicate one had the exact same hole as the other. I have no idea where the hell this second identical bandana came from, especially considering that I bought the first one in another state that's a 7-hour drive each way, and I bought the first one 11.5 years ago. So where the hell did this second identical one come from? And just when I thought it couldn't get any weirder, I had to step out of my room for a few minutes, leaving the 2 bandanas next to each other on my bed. Tell me why I come back into my room 10 minutes later and the second freaking bandana is just freaking gone. I'm the only one in my house when all this was happening, so it's not a case that someone came in and borrowed it from me. I search everywhere for it, all around the bed on all sides, under my bed, and every inch of my bedroom. This stupid thing is just gone, and I've yet to find it again since this whole thing happened. I can't explain it. I don't hallucinate. I remember holding it in my hand and looking at it as I looked back and forth between the original and this one to see if every single part of it was identical, which it was, and it sure as hell seems like it just upped and disappeared. So my questions are: 1. What in the actual hell just happened? 2. Where the hell did the second one go? 3. Why the hell can't I experience these things with money? So classic DOP, reappearance, all that good stuff. But the ending is what got me to comment on this. It's just so funny. Why can't it be money? Yes, exactly. I've asked myself this question too. I don't know. Maybe there's a limit. It's like asking a genie for money. There's all these loopholes or rules. Like, okay, you asked for $1 million. Come on, Ben. Hey, what are you doing? I don't know if you can see this goofball up here. Like, say hi, Ben. He's always disruptive. Huh? Yeah, you are. It's like those genies where, okay, you ask for $1 million. They give you $1 million in Tanzanian money or, some Somalian dollars, whatever the currency is over there, that it's worth like 1 penny here. You got to be very precise. Or you ask for it and it's in a bank account you don't have the password for it. All kinds of nonsense like that. So you have to be very specific, and I think the universe just guards against that. There's errors. I mean, maybe money could glitch too, but I'm assuming they would correct that. It would be more of a problem than a bandana or a ring or whatever. Just saying. But the ending was perfect. Story by Pumpkin Pie 729. Midnight in the Opposite Lane. Last night around midnight, I was driving down a main road with a nature preserve on the right and a sound barrier wall, probably 20 feet tall, on the left that runs the entire length of the road. My friend was in the passenger seat. I was completely awake, not tired, and paying attention to the road. I recently came home from a different time zone, and am not fully adjusted, so within my sleep schedule, it was 6 p.m. for me. Suddenly, I saw something in the opposite lane that looked like it was coming toward my car. I immediately slammed on my brakes. It was to the left of my vehicle, very close, and I got a clear enough look to know it did not look like a person or an animal. It was extremely tall and slender, at least as tall as my truck. I drive a lifted truck that is around 6.5 feet tall. I couldn't make out a face or any normal features. It looked like there was some kind of cardboard-like or flat material on the front of it, and it was moving or swaying in a way that made it seem almost alive. My first instinct was that something was standing there, and I was completely shocked because it looked so unnatural. My friend got a better look at it since I was focused on not wrecking my car. She is helping me write this, and we both had similar descriptions independently. She described it as seeming soft if you were to touch it, and the way it moved made it seem like it would be light in weight. It was not a windy night, and the sound barrier wall would have blocked any significant breeze. After realizing it did not appear human, I slammed on the gas and ripped it down the road to get away because I was terrified. There was another car approaching in the opposite lane, and I looked back in my side mirror expecting to see it in the other car's headlights, but it was no longer in the lane. I think I saw it still upright on the side of the road afterward, but I'm not entirely sure. We both cannot come up with a normal explanation. I know nighttime driving can cause strange visual effects, and I'm open to normal explanations, but this genuinely did not feel like a normal object or animal to either of us. Neither of us was impaired in any way, and we are not people who usually believe in supernatural things. I have always shrugged off stories like this, which is why I'm so confused by what happened. It did not behave like roadside debris, and I'm not sure why a person would look like what we saw. We're both pretty freaked out, so any input would be appreciated.
Story by Todd XXX123. The Scent of Goodbye. My wife passed away suddenly on June 2nd, 2020, from a massive heart attack. Nobody ever asked themselves, what would I do if my significant other was not here tomorrow? I wish I would have asked myself that question. Maybe I would have been more prepared. Anyways, 2 days after she died, I was on my way to do something, and at the last minute I remembered I forgot my phone, so I went back into the house through the hallway and entered my room. Got my phone, crossed back into the hallway, where I froze in my tracks because I smelled my wife's perfume as if she was standing right next to me. I forgot to say I knew my wife for 31 years and had been married for 23 years, so that was the first strange thing. About a week and a half ago, I went and collected my wife's ashes and placed them on the coffee table in the living room. That same day, I had someone answer an ad that I had placed on the OfferUp app. I was selling a lamp and I accepted the person's offer. The guy showed up about 5:30 p.m. and bought a lamp. While he was here, he asked if I was selling anything else, and I replied yes. I have a chandelier hanging up in the back of the garage that's for sale. I got it down and showed him. I also said I have a gas-powered skateboard that I am selling. It's in the house, all boxed up. Well, he passed on both items. A few hours later, I would get a notification on my Instagram page that someone had liked one of the posts, and the person had liked 2 pictures I posted, which is not uncommon. I did not even bother to look at it. The next morning when I got up, I checked that Instagram notification, and that person had liked 2 pics. One was of the skateboard, and the other was of the chandelier. Now those 2 posts are very far apart. In fact, you have to scroll down on my page about 200 pics to get to the chandelier. The person that liked the photos account was Carrie Mill, which is my wife's maiden name. So I clicked on the account, and one of the people that followed her was her niece. Another person that followed her was a manager at an apartment building that we used to live in. Weird, right? So I searched some of my wife's paperwork, looking for the password to her Instagram account, and I found it. So I went to her account, went to settings, and looked at the login activity. The only time that account has been accessed was from our own IP address. What the hell? Next weird thing. Last night about 3 a.m., I was sitting at my computer in my room, and the dog came in, stopped at the foot of the bed, looked up like she was getting ready to jump up, but did not. Instead, she just sits there staring up at nothing and starts wagging her tail and twisting her head back and forth like someone is scratching behind her ears. This goes on for about a minute or so. Last thing, today, my son was filling out an application for a student grant for school on his phone. When he was done, he scrolled to the bottom of the page to make sure he didn't miss anything. And you know how at the bottom of an app it says either how many people have used this app or when it was last used. Well, at the bottom of the app it said it was last used on December 31st, 1969, which was my wife's birthday. I wish I was making this up, but I am not. So just, again, a touching story, and I really want to believe that in the beyond, whatever it may be, we're able to communicate, interact, affect our loved ones that are still alive. But the rules are nebulous, they're often contradictory, it seems. So I don't know what they are. I don't know what the rules are, really. No one does. But it just appears like it is possible sometimes, for whatever reason. And just, it's like the music, we have to cling to it. Because it's like a life raft or a piece of wood in the ocean where you don't want to drown emotionally. And sometimes there's a life jacket just floating out there. Swim to it, cling to it, whatever you need to. Story by Raspberry Glossy. Rosy Cheeks at Sunset. In a major city in Florida, and I've been thinking about this event that happened about 3 months ago more and more as of late. What happened just doesn't make sense to me. I can't make it make sense either. Here's some background info first. There is a super stop nearby, and that's where I got on. I'm mentioning this because the super stop begins the route for the buses, so when they depart, some buses will go the same way for a bit, then split off into their specific routes. The bus numbers in this event are 39, 45, and 215. I was 39. All 3 buses would go straight until a major intersection is reached. Then the 39 will turn right, the 45 will cross lanes and enter the left turning lane, and the 215 will continue straight. I was on the bus home at 6 p.m., so the sun was still out, but it was beginning to set. There were about 8 people on the bus, including me and the driver, so it was pretty empty. Everyone was doing their own thing. I was sitting in the back, but more so in the front of the back, where the second set of doors is on a bus. I was looking out of my window when we stopped at a bus stop, and I saw this large man, like a husky guy with super clear skin and pink cheeks, walking past at a casual pace. He wasn't weird looking or anything, just a normal guy. I'm bringing that up because I noticed his clear skin while we were sitting there. I was thinking he'd be a beautiful woman, and other thoughts like I need to up my skincare game. Anyways, the guy was walking past the bus. Like he didn't get onto the bus when it stopped, he was just walking past it. Then we started moving again after the person that the bus driver actually stopped got on. We passed another stop since no one was there. The following stop is where we stopped since there were people there. I saw the same man I saw less than a minute ago, walking past at that same casual pace. But this time, he had his child with him and his partner, walking behind him with a stroller. It was the exact same man, same clear skin and rosy cheeks. The time it took for us to get there from the stop we previously stopped at was like 45 seconds to 60. I tried to rationalize it because bus 39 wasn't the only bus that went the way we were going. I glanced up to see if there was a bus ahead of us, and I saw the pink and orange sky instead. I glanced because even then I was confused as to how he got there when there was no bus ahead of us to drop him off. The only bus that could have dropped him off there was not ahead of us. It was still at the super stop. This is all over the place. But I have to mention that when a bus stops and another is behind it, but no one is getting on the second bus, it will merge into another lane and go around the stopped bus to continue its route.
The bus behind us was the 45, and I thought maybe he got on that bus. It went ahead of the 39, dropped him off, and that's how he got there so fast. But that doesn't make sense, since 45 does not stop at the stop we stopped at where I saw him again, since it need to go to the left turning lane, and in order for him to have walked past again, he would have had to be ahead of us. There was no bus obscuring my view of the sunset, and the 45 doesn't even stop at the stop we stopped at. I'm having a hard time finding the words for my last point. On basically for a few stops, you can get on any of the 3 buses. For 2 stops, all 3 buses are listed and get dropped off at the same place, but the bus that went ahead of us wouldn't have dropped him off at the place where I saw him a second time. The time it took for us to get to the stop where I saw him again was less than a minute. I was also looking around to see if anyone in the bus noticed, but everyone was still doing their own thing. This situation is so freaking weird. I hope this explanation made sense. Okay, not much to say on this story, just found it really funny how many times stop or stopping can be said. This is one of those things where if a word is said so many times, it kind of seems like it's a made-up word. It's not real anymore. You ever get that feeling? I don't know. It's weird. Story by Hiones85. A Quiet Little Miracle. I have a beautiful, very expensive pair of fishnet stockings that I only wear for specific occasions. I've never spent more than a Walmart price tag on pantyhose, but these were worth the price. They haven't ripped, snagged, torn, or run in the year or so that I've had them, and TMI warning, hubby and I have put them through the ringer. All this to say, I love the damn things and am very careful with them. The stockings sit in a canvas bin on a cubby-style shelf in my bedroom. This bin keeps all my more expensive, fancier lingerie separate from my day-to-day bras and panties that stay in the regular dresser underwear drawer. I've never had a problem finding this pair of stockings in their regular spot in the back of the middle of this storage cube. Last month, my husband and I took a mini road trip from where we live in northern New Jersey. We made short stops in Connecticut and New Hampshire on our way, before settling in at the resort in Maine. On our first night there, I wore the awesome fishnets, and they did not disappoint. Before I went to sleep, I carefully hand-washed them and hung them in the bathroom. The next morning they were dry, so I folded them up and put them in the drawer of the hotel room dresser with the other clean items I hadn't worn yet. 2 days later, we packed up our things and were ready for the second leg of our trip, 3 days in Massachusetts. While packing up the few remaining clean pieces of clothing I hadn't worn during the first half of the trip, I realized I didn't see my fishnets. I rechecked the bathroom, looked in every drawer of the dresser, even checked if maybe I hung them in the closet, but they were nowhere to be found. I was dramatically devastated, talking to myself loudly as I checked and rechecked floors, walls, drawers, and doors all over the suite. I emptied the suitcase I was packing and checked in my husband's suitcase as well. He helped look for a few minutes before saying, "No big deal, we can order them again." I am not a cheapskate exactly, but having grown up below the poverty line, I am noticeably frugal. Asking hubby to spend that much on what is essentially a luxury for a second time was kind of out of the question in my mind. So I continued to overreact for some time about the loss of my beloved fishnets. After a little while, I convinced myself that they'd probably turn up among the bags and suitcases when we unpacked in the next hotel. We had a great time in Massachusetts, but my stockings never turned up. When we returned home and I unpacked everything, 2 small suitcases and a couple of tote bags, I kept an intentional eye out for my stockings, but they weren't there. I finally accepted that they were gone, and my second favorite pair of pantyhose would have to be promoted to my best pair. Not that they're going to last a super long time, as they're so inferior in material quality. I know, my mind can be very dramatic about the smaller things in life. Jump to this morning, 19 days since we returned from our trip, and I'm trying to pick out an outfit for a rock show we're going to see tonight. I set my lingerie bin onto my bed, pull out a couple of things from the top to get to a cute bralette I keep in the back of the box. And what do I pull out from its regular spot? The one and only pair of black fishnet stockings that I own are clean and folded and sitting in my hand. 3 weeks and 4 states away from where I've seen them last, they are back in my possession, comfortably and nonchalantly, sitting exactly where they belong. I have no explanation for it. I don't even want to question it. I'm just so happy to have them back. I'll tell my husband excitedly once he gets off of work, but for now, I just had to share the experience with someone, anyone, that will appreciate it for what it is. And to answer some questions, when he got home from work, I asked my husband if he remembered me losing them, which he did, recalling how frantic I was when it happened. He wondered aloud what happened to them, and I told him they were back. He looked as surprised as I must have looked when I found them. I told him about the people on Reddit who suspected him of buying a new pair and putting them in their spot in the bin. He laughed and said he wishes he'd thought of that. But on second thought, he'd never tried to buy anything like that without asking first if I still wanted the same size and color. He also admitted that he'd never have known where I kept them, especially not the precise spot inside the bin under 2 layers of other pieces. I knew he didn't do it, not because he isn't amazing and super generous, but just because we know each other well enough to know each other's habits. We've been friends forever, literally met in preschool. I love him for many, many reasons, but his attention to detail isn't one of them. And again, he knows me far better than to surprise me with something so intimate and pricey. So 2 things on this one. First, you're keeping the passion alive. It's like La Passion from Angel Batista and Dexter. He knows the secret. He has troubles too, but good advice. Or it's just a good idea to imitate. Have passion. Bring it forward. And like you're saying, your lingerie is well used. Good stuff. Good sauce. And also just love from middle school, connecting with someone that you knew for such a long time. That's beautiful. Kind of rare these days. Not something I have. I moved so often growing up, and then most of high school I was homeschooled, so there wasn't really an opportunity there. But, it's one of those things where it's just like you grow together and you just come out better for it. You know each other so well. Can there be a better love bond? Maybe, but hard to beat that. Really happy for you guys. Story by Afraid Mention 8892. Row 23, no one else. So to start things off, I have flown probably over 100 times for my job, just within the last 12 months. I'm not a stranger to flying, and I don't get sick. This particular flight had been delayed and undelayed probably 3 to 4 times. It was a red-eye flight, so any delays were especially annoying. Once it came in that it was going to be delayed until 1 a.m., I told the gate attendant that I'd rather just get a hotel. They get me the voucher, and I walk off. I forgot my phone charger, so I double back and I'm maximum 3 gates away when I realize they're boarding, so I rushed over there to get a spot again. I've reassigned an empty row to myself, row 23. I was F. No passengers were in any of the 6 seats. As soon as the door is about to close, a very elderly man jumps on board. He gets to row 23 and sits on the side opposite of mine. So now we're both in row 23, but separate sides of the aisle. Now, there was something off about this man. I can't put my finger on it, but he just didn't seem normal. For one, he was matching my outfit. We were both in all black hoodies and skinnies with gray sneakers, which is odd for an old man to be wearing in 100-degree weather. I only did it because I was feeling edgy that day. Not only that, but his eyes are very big and dark, and his skin was stretched tightly over him. I tried not to look too hard, but he stared at me, with his back to his window, for about 5 minutes after takeoff, before he laid down to go to sleep. I didn't think anything of it because sometimes old men are just old men, but it gets weirder. I lay down the same way as him and drift off to sleep. I remember physically waking up when the plane started to nosedive. I said to myself, I'm just going to close my eyes and hope the pilot corrects it. So I shut my eyes and started to drift back off. Probably 5 seconds later, I wake back up and say, "Oh crap, we're still falling." Just as I say that to myself, I start to get the sensation that the plane is nearing the ground. You know that feeling you get right before landing, even with the windows closed? The plane made an impact with the ground that felt like a huge pop and skid. Like the pilots in this scenario were able to get the plane to crash on its belly and not its nose. As soon as it made an impact, and I realized I was still alive, I went to get my seatbelt off, and suddenly, there was just a huge flash of orange, followed quickly by bright white. That's all I remember. The weirdest thing about this is there was no transition. There was no point where I woke up and said, "Wow, that was a crazy dream," and went back to sleep. It was like the crash happened and there was a wormhole, and I'm suddenly back on the same plane, having a completely different dream. That's not the weirdest part. I sat up when we got the announcement that we were landing soon, and I felt like I had been hit in the head with a bat. I've never had a headache like that, and I've never had motion sickness on a plane. My stomach was twisting, and I was trying to rub the headache out of my head when I looked to my left, and the old guy was gone. I looked around all the other rows to see if he had moved, and he wasn't there. I watched to see if he would deplane from somewhere else, but he never did. I looked all around the airport, Dulles, and he was nowhere to be found. I was so sick and disoriented, I spent the next probably 30 minutes hogging a family restroom to myself. I know this sounds insane, and I'm not going to delve into it too much myself, for fear of going crazy. I feel like that plane crashed and my universe shifted. Where did the old man go? Why was I so disoriented? Why don't I remember waking up from that dream? So, the pretty obvious quantum immortality situation here. You switch to a different universe after the plane crashed, and the man didn't follow you. So, the universe you jumped to, his body was no longer there. It just goes to show that quantum immortality, it is a sort of immortality, but not every universe that we can transition to for ourselves will have the exact same copy of everyone else there. It is a different universe, often close enough that there aren't major changes, but there will be changes nevertheless, sometimes subtle, sometimes you notice big ones, like people missing, or even friends that you no longer have in this new universe. The worst kind of glitch would be transitioning to a different universe, and then, well, maybe not the worst one, but a pretty bad one is, you're rich in the first one, and then the new universe you're broke. That would be awful. Where are you going to get your food? Now, is the fact that he was an odd old man initially part of the glitch? Like he wasn't really a person, he was just a spirit? An omen of death, you could say? Maybe. I don't know if I really buy that one. I think it's just classic quantum immortality. But who knows? I mean, if your intent as a spirit is to inspire dread, a good place to go would be a plane where a lot of people are already on edge. I don't know if I have a distinct fear of flying. I mean, I went skydiving, as if you saw the birthday picture recently. But it's still the confined nature of being on a plane, and for that ride, you're just stuck there. You can't get off. There's no parachutes, which, that's another thing. There's no parachutes on a commercial flight. Apparently, because of the speed and the altitude that you're at and all that, it wouldn't be practical to jump off, even if you had a parachute. I don't know about that. I mean, might as well have a chance, even if it's low, but The only thing I really hate about flying is the ear popping. Can't stand it. Ugh, terrible. Story by Scar01, The Wind That Rewrote an Afternoon. A few weeks ago, I was in my garden with my family and my girlfriend. We were all eating, and my father was also drinking coffee. After a while, both my father and my brother left to work on something, and only me, my mother, and my girlfriend remained at the table. It was pretty windy outside, so at one point the coffee cup fell off the table. We all saw that it fell to the ground, but we were too lazy to actually pick it up at that exact moment. We stayed for 20 to 30 more minutes, and then we decided to go inside because we had to speak with my grandma. Now that's where the weird thing happened. Before we left, we had to take the plates and the remaining food off the table so the wind wouldn't blow them away as well. But we somehow all forgot about the coffee cup that was already on the ground. After speaking with my grandma, we went back to the table, and at that exact same moment, my father and brother were also coming back to the table. After that, my brother said that the wind pushed the cup of coffee and stained a wallet that was on the table, and when we looked, the cup was now on the table, with the coffee being spilled all over it. We asked if they picked up the coffee, but they said no. We also saw them arrive at the exact time as us. And we also cleaned up the table before we left, so we would have seen if a quarter of the table was spilled with coffee. And what was even weirder, it was too much coffee spilled out on the table. Even if the coffee cup somehow landed upright, it did not because both me, my mother, and my girlfriend saw it on the ground. It still wouldn't make sense how so much coffee ended up back up there. Story by Take Ease, The Last Paralysis. I'll try to explain everything as clearly as I can, even though some details have faded over the years. I was around 7 years old when it all started. For over a month, maybe even 2, I experienced sleep paralysis almost every single night. At the time, I had no idea what sleep paralysis was. I just thought I was having nightmares. At first, I woke my parents up every time it happened. Little by little, I became terrified of going to sleep and started feeling constantly anxious. I shared a bedroom with my brother. My bed was positioned so that a dresser partially blocked the bedroom door. Every single time I experienced sleep paralysis, I saw the exact same man. Sometimes he would slowly open my bedroom door. Other times, he was already standing behind the dresser near the entrance. I could never make out his face. My bedroom was too dark, but I could clearly see his silhouette. His hair looked either very short or slicked back. I honestly couldn't tell, but nothing stuck out from his head. I couldn't see his eyes or any of his facial features. He would slowly walk around the dresser. He never climbed onto my bed. He would simply stop beside it, facing in my direction as if he was watching me. Some nights he would get closer. Other nights he would simply stay at the edge of my bed. Years later, I realized something I had never really paid attention to before. Every single time I had one of these episodes, my bedroom door was actually open. Sometimes I eventually managed to fall asleep anyway. I also often had the feeling that someone was breathing on me after I fell asleep, although I still don't know whether that was real or simply caused by fear. Every morning, I kept everything to myself. Back then, I loved searching through every corner of the house. In our bathroom, there was a mirrored medicine cabinet. One day, for reasons I still can't explain, I felt an almost irresistible urge to look on top of it. It was stronger than me. There were completely ordinary things up there, like towels, but there was also a key. It was an old-fashioned key, one of those large metal keys you see in old houses. The strange part is that nothing in my house used that type of key. Every door either used modern flat keys or didn't even have a keyhole. Even my bedroom door had no keyhole. Directly across from my bedroom, there was an attic hatch in the hallway ceiling. Nobody in my family ever went into that attic. We never stored anything there. It served absolutely no purpose. When I looked up at the hatch, I noticed that it wasn't completely closed. It was slightly open. I remember feeling an overwhelming sense of fear. I still can't explain why, but just seeing it like that terrified me. I didn't tell anyone about it. I simply put the key back exactly where I had found it. Later that day, I wanted to tell my brother because he was the person I trusted the most. In the end, I decided not to. I was already asking him almost every night to check that nobody was standing by the bedroom door before we went to sleep, and I didn't want to bother him even more. That night, I had sleep paralysis again. I saw the same man. The next day, I went back to look for the key because I wanted to know more. It was gone. I hadn't told anyone about it, That's when I started becoming genuinely scared. There's also something important you should know about my father. We didn't have the best relationship, although I didn't really realize it at that age. When I was little, he often made comments that implied I was somehow connected to certain things. He never said it directly. It was always through hints or vague remarks, and whenever I brought up anything related to the paranormal or spirituality, he would look at me in a strange way, almost as if I had just revealed a secret he had been keeping. The strangest part is how everything ended. One night, after another episode of sleep paralysis, I finally managed to get out of bed. Normally, whenever I woke up during the night, I refused to go to the bathroom because I always had an awful feeling the moment I had to leave my room. That night, I couldn't hold it anymore. I was terrified, but I convinced myself it was only because of the fear caused by the sleep paralysis. I walked past the dresser. My heart was beating so hard that even now, I can still feel that fear. I opened my bedroom door. Like every other night, the first thing I looked at was the attic hatch. From where I was standing, I couldn't tell whether it was open or closed, and part of me didn't even want to know. I slowly walked to the corner of the hallway. That's when I saw the top of his head, then his eyes. It was the same man, standing at the top of my staircase. The moment our eyes met, he stood up and started running toward me. I immediately ran into the bathroom, locked the door, and spent the rest of the night there. The next morning, my mother knocked because she needed to get ready. She asked me why I had slept in the bathroom. I never had the courage to tell her what had happened. I never experienced sleep paralysis again. Because of renovations over the years, I can no longer recreate what the house looked like back then, and the medicine cabinet where I found the key was eventually thrown away. Even today, there are several things that still bother me. I never found out what that key was for. When I eventually asked my mother about it, she told me we had never owned a key like that. Years later, when I was around 15, my father admitted that he had practiced spiritism. He told me he had experienced what he described as visits to other universes for short periods of time. He also told me about the man who introduced him to those practices, someone he believed was extremely experienced. According to my father, after one seance that supposedly went wrong, that man, who had practiced spiritism for years, took his own life the following day. My father never wanted to talk about it again after that. To this day, he still regularly meditates or performs rituals that he says help protect his mind and keep his inner self at peace. My mother, who is a very rational person, also told me a story about her own mother. My grandmother is deeply religious, to the point where she used to take me to church every Sunday when I was little. She claimed that when she was younger and living in Portugal, she witnessed one of her friends becoming possessed. She said the person's body twisted into unnatural positions, and they began speaking words that nobody could understand. Finally, when I was around 16 or 17, my best friend, who I considered my brother, tried to communicate with a spirit. He also claimed to have experienced several strange events in his own house. I won't go into every detail, but we both felt an intense cold that was only present on the chair beside us. The candle flame flickered at certain moments, as though it were responding to our questions. My friend also had a device that was supposedly able to generate words linked to a spirit's presence. The words we received seemed to describe a soldier searching for someone. I have no idea whether any of these events are connected. Story by Hey Shoddy, It's You, A Place Left Behind. Before my mom's cousin, who I'm going to call Maria for the sake of convenience, not her real name by the way, passed, me and my mom would all go with her on long shopping trips out of town. One of the towns we frequented had a Walmart, and next to that Walmart there was a small shopping center that had a Dollar Tree, GameStop, Suntan City, and a few other miscellaneous stores. Maria used to make wreaths for different holidays with fake flowers and ribbons, and I would always go into the Dollar Tree with her when she'd go to pick out ribbons and decorations for those wreaths. During one of these shopping trips, I remember asking if I could go into the GameStop as it wasn't too long after my 16th birthday, and I wanted to spend my birthday money on Pokemon merch, so Maria went in with me while my mom waited in the car. And I bought a set of anime socks instead of Pokemon merch because I couldn't afford any of the other stuff I wanted. I still have a pair of those socks somewhere. I haven't gone into that GameStop, but I would stare at it whenever we drive past it. And it was there until last year when Maria unexpectedly passed away. And it was just gone. At first I thought they had just closed it or something until I brought it up to my mom, and she insisted it was never there in the first place, so I Googled it thinking she was wrong, and there's literally no trace of it ever existing. Ever. Not only that, but there's other things that are different as well, such as entire events with my friends, that we all remember with suddenly no trace of ever happening, entire movies, videos, YouTube channels I know I've watched that apparently never existed, entire chapters in books completely different from how me and others distinctly remember them. Objects I know for a fact I own now seemingly have disappeared out of nowhere, or even old objects I lost or donated years ago randomly appearing out of nowhere. So what I was thinking during this story is, what if it is quantum immortality? The catalyst was of someone you knew very deeply and connected with. Maybe quantum immortality is death adjacent. It doesn't have to be your death. Again, I've been asking myself this often where people die in the same vicinity to each other. I always thought, okay, they have to die at the same time, probably from the same cause, to transition together to a new universe. But maybe not. Maybe if one person it's almost like quantum entanglement. You're pulling the other one with you, a different kind, where it's not just the spin states of an atom. This is pulling the entire, collection of atoms with you, but it's really not the atoms. The thing that's entangled is our souls, not physical matter. So it makes some sense. If a soul depends on someone else, then they would rope them along. But I wonder, what are the rules on that? Can one soul refuse the other? I mean, there's no conscious choice involved. It's our souls that are involved. So who net decides? Is it like the alpha soul leads the beta soul? I don't know. Not something I ever thought I would say, but there you go. Story by Explanation Leather 71. Passwords for no one. This happened a few years ago, but I'm only now thinking about how weird this really is. My mother had this diary, or that's what she called it. It was a small notebook, about the size of a standard wallet. This notebook had almost all of her passwords written down for all kinds of accounts, banks, Netflix, cellular service provider. Basically everything we had at the time in 2019, right before COVID. One day my mother said she couldn't find it anywhere, so she asked me to look for it instead. And I did for days, even weeks, as this was the only thing that had her passwords on it, no Google Passwords Manager. I looked everywhere, under our beds, in between couch cushions, even dark corners with a flashlight, but it was nowhere. Problem is that my house was very small at the time, considering it contained 5 rooms. A small entrance with our jackets and shoes hung up, a connecting hallway. On the left would be my mother's room, on the right would be the bathroom. A few feet ahead is a laundry room. Then there's this one big kitchen that connected with the living room, so I'm going to count those as one room, as it was just one big room, really. On the top right of that living room and kitchen is my room. So there wasn't much to check anyways, and she also never took it outdoors as she never needed to. Ever since then I've moved houses, so maybe the previous owners have found it, but we reset all her passwords, so I'm too worried about it. I'm Muslim, and we have this concept of jinns, another life form that exists on Earth, created by God, just that we can't see them, but they can see and interact with humans, so maybe one just stole the notebook for the fun of it, who knows. Story by Saw Scar 112013. Timing sharp as glass. Best friend called this morning and asked me to come pick her up to spend the day at my house. Her car was in the shop. She called at 8:30, and I told her I'd get her around 10. There was no reason for me to not go right then. I just had a very strong feeling I needed to wait a little while. I was headed to her house on a decently busy highway. I went under an overpass 2 lights before I had to turn to get to a road, and saw a man on the side of the road unconscious. His head was facing toward the road, with his body through the guardrail and his feet facing towards the ditch. A car had stopped, and a man was walking towards him. As a woman driving alone, I didn't feel safe stopping, but I called 911. They said nobody had called it in yet, and I gave a description of exactly where he was, what he looked like, the type of car of the man that stopped. They said they'd send EMS, and we hung up. I got my friend, and we turned right around to head to my house. Maybe 5 minutes had passed since I hung up with 911. I saw the fire truck and ambulance headed towards where he was, but they hadn't reached him yet. As I passed again, a black trash bag had been tied over the man's head. I turned around to let them know I was the one who had called it in. They were able to get the bag off of his head and wake him up. I doubt I will get an update, but I just keep thinking, if I had not waited until 10 to go get my friend, that someone else may have called too late. So that really strong feeling, I think, was a guardian angel, probably the guardian angel of this person that you saw that needed help, needed someone to call for him. Curious, do our guardian angels talk to each other? Maybe it wasn't his guardian angel directly talking to you or giving you that feeling, but rather liaisoning, what the hell? Communicating with your guardian angel to then pass on the feeling. Because I don't think another person's guardian angel can help someone that isn't their protectee, the one they're supposed to be guarding. Or is it all like communal? There's a bunch of guardian angels and they watch over everyone. Most likely we're assigned one, but something to ponder on for sure. It all comes back to listen to your gut, trust your feelings most of the time, unless there's some extremely obvious rational reason not to. But yeah, often your gut is just either pulling and processing information from your surroundings unconsciously, subconsciously, which is already extremely powerful, or it's even on a meta layer above that with guardian angels and simulation theory feeding you almost cheating information. So always consider it. Yeah. Story by J.D. Vance's Revolution. The police I never saw. Back in the 90s, I was a kid. I don't remember what year it was, but it had to be between 95 to 99. I was probably around 8 at the time, depending on exactly what year it was. I lived in a small town in Florida. I was playing in my room with my stuffed animals. I vividly remember my mom taking me to Ross earlier and buying a far stuffed bunny. I had 2 other stuffed bunnies at home. So I was sitting in my room. I was a kid, so I had no real concept of time. But I feel like I have been playing for maybe 20 to 30 minutes. The door to my room was open this entire time. My mom passes by the room quickly and stops as she catches sight of me and looks startled. Out of nowhere, she starts yelling at me, asking me where I've been. She's been worried sick. The police were here. I am totally confused and keep assuring her I've been in my room playing the whole time. It had only been like 20 minutes. Didn't she think to check my room? My mom tells me it's been 2 hours. She searched the whole house and had been driving up and down the street screaming my name. And this was a small dirt road neighborhood. Directly across the road was the woods. There wasn't enough traffic to drown that out. She said she looked under my bed, in my closet, all of which she would have had to step over me to do, and I definitely would have noticed and asked her what she was doing. I never saw the police that apparently came in. Weirdly, she believed me, but neither of us have ever been able to explain it. Story by H2SO4 Tempest. Between Dust and Dread. I don't really believe in ghosts, so I'm trying to stay logical here, but the last couple of months have been really weird, and I honestly don't know what to think. For around 2 months, my parents have been hearing a strange noise almost every night. It sounds exactly like someone is throwing small stones or dirt from outside.
On June 17th, 2026, I heard it myself for the first time. It happened around 11 p.m., and this time it came 3 times. We immediately checked outside, but there was nobody there. No animals and no debris around the air conditioner. The air conditioner has already been checked by a repair technician, so it doesn't seem to be coming from inside it. At first I ignored everything, but then my dad reminded me that after we moved into this government-allotted ground floor flat, every Tulsi plant he tried to grow dried up. We had a Tulsi plant at our old house for years without any issues. Other plants grow here, but according to my parents, flowers and vegetables don't grow well. That could just be a soil issue, so I'm not treating that as proof of anything. Because of all this, my dad called a local pandit. Personally, I wasn't convinced and felt like he was trying to scare us. He performed a few rituals but didn't really say much at the time. Another incident happened 3 days ago. Around 6 a.m., while my whole family was sleeping, we suddenly heard the same noise again, except this time it was much louder. It literally sounded like someone threw a handful of stones and dirt at the air conditioner. The impact was so loud that the air conditioner actually shook, and the water droplets that had formed on it flew onto us. It woke all of us up instantly. We all ran outside, expecting to find something, but once again there was nobody there. No dirt, no pebbles, nothing. Later that morning, while I was checking the air conditioner, I noticed a few dents on the outside of it. I honestly don't know if they were already there or if they're related. Later, the pandit accidentally left some of his books at our house. He came back around 7 p.m. to collect them, and before leaving he said, "That thing will attack you." I honestly thought he was just trying to scare us and didn't take him seriously. Then, around 10 p.m. that same night, my aunt was washing her face when she suddenly screamed. She was crying, shaking, and said her cheek and hand hurt. Even afterward, her right cheek felt warmer than the other one, and she complained that her hand was still hurting where she felt it had been grabbed. Story by No Shime, The Game That Was Never On. To preface, I was 16 when this happened. I wasn't on drugs or drinking, and I can remember this vividly. I'm 18 now, so my memory is credible. To understand why I was able to hear this, you need to understand that my room is very close to the living room. When you walk into my house from the front door, the kitchen is to your left. The living room is right in front of you, and to your right is a hallway. If you make that right and make a left, that's my room. So my room is basically behind the living room. Okay, so this happened during the summer when I was 16. I was home alone. My parents were at work during the day and came home during the evening, and my older brothers were not home, doing God knows what. I was holed up in my room, playing games. My TV wasn't loud, as I always had the volume set to 9, when I heard voices. They weren't some voices in my head, no. They were coming from the TV in the living room, slightly muffled. It sounded like 2 commentators commenting on an NFL game. My dad often records football games to watch them later whenever he gets bored, or if it's just one of those lazy days. Mind you, this was around 1 p.m. in the middle of the day. He shouldn't have been home until around 7 to 8 p.m., nor did I even hear the front door open. And usually when the front door opens, my 2 dogs scurry over to see what's up, and I can hear their paws on our wooden floors. I had paused my game, and the TV was still going on, so of course I opened my door and stepped outside my room. Silence as soon as I did. I rounded the corner, and the TV was off. Dad wasn't there. It's as if it just turned on by itself and immediately shut off as soon as I stepped outside. Would it have kept going if I didn't leave? Who knows? I called my dad, and sure enough, he said he was at work, so of course it only added to my confusion. When he came home, I told him about it, and based on his reaction, he thinks I just made it up. When I told my brother, he seemed to be further solidified that our house is haunted. Keep in mind, I'm the youngest. To this day, I haven't experienced anything like that since that incident.
Am I going crazy? Who knows? It would be different if the TV kept playing after I had left my room, as I can just say it was a tech error, but as soon as I left, it stopped, and I didn't even get to verify if it was ever even on. Story by Becca Whitaker, The Roadside Imitation. Trying to write this out was surprisingly difficult. When I think about the experience without focusing too hard or trying to put it into words, I can remember more of it. But once I start concentrating on specific details and trying to describe them, the memory gets fuzzier. Because of that, I had to write this in short spurts and keep coming back to it. The longer I focused on it at one time, the harder it became to hold on to the details. I have posted this experience in a few other communities, but I added a little more to this version because more relevant information came back to me later when I was thinking about it more abstractly, instead of actively trying to describe it. This happened years ago, and to this day, it is one of the strangest experiences my family has ever had. My husband and I were driving our 4-year-old daughter to her grandmother's house in Massachusetts so she could take her out to dinner. We were on one of those quieter back roads that branches off from the main part of town. It was not extremely rural, but it was not a busy road either. It was still fully daylight when this happened, so darkness or poor visibility was not a factor. As we were driving, all three of us saw something standing partly in the roadway, closer to the edge than the center. It was not blocking traffic, but it was definitely standing in the road rather than safely off to the side. We have never been able to explain what we saw. The weirdest part is not just what it looked like, it is how difficult it is to remember. When I think about it as a whole, I can still picture it fairly clearly in my mind. But the moment I try to focus on specific details or describe it to someone else, the image almost seems to fall apart. The details become blurry, and it is incredibly frustrating because I know I saw it. It is a very strange feeling that I have never experienced with any other memory. My husband has described something similar when he has tried to remember it. From what all three of us remember, it was roughly the height of a tall adult, probably around 6 feet. It was completely black and had no distinguishable facial features. It had long, black, unkempt hair that looked matted or locked together in thick strands. I do not know if they were dreadlocks, severely tangled hair, or something else entirely, but the hair is one of the clearest physical features I can remember. Its clothing also did not look right. It seemed to be wearing multiple dark layers, possibly including something like a long black trench coat, but the layers did not make sense. It is hard to explain. They did not hang naturally or look like normal clothing layered on top of itself. I remember looking at it and immediately thinking that something about what it was wearing was wrong, even though I still cannot explain exactly why. The best way I can describe the overall impression it gave me is that it felt like whatever it was trying to act like a person. I am not saying that is what it actually was. That was simply the feeling I had while looking at it. It seemed almost human, but something about it felt fundamentally wrong. Then there was the umbrella. It was holding what looked like an old broken umbrella upside down with the canopy open. It was not simply carrying it or dragging it. It was pushing it back and forth along the pavement, as if it were trying to use it like a vacuum cleaner. I know how ridiculous that sounds, but that is honestly the closest comparison I can make. It looked like someone repeatedly moving a vacuum across the floor, except it was using an open, broken umbrella upside down in the road. As we drove past it, its entire body slowly rotated toward our car, not just its head, its whole body. The movement was slow, deliberate, and unlike anything I have ever seen another person do. I do not remember seeing eyes or even a face, but I knew it was looking directly at us. The instant it turned toward us, both my husband and I experienced something I still cannot adequately explain. I have been scared before. I was startled. I have been in dangerous situations. This was not any of those feelings. It was the most unnatural sense of dread and immediate peril I have ever experienced in my entire life. It felt primal, as though every instinct in my body was screaming that something was profoundly wrong. It was not a thought I had. It was an overwhelming feeling that hit both of us at the exact same moment. The strange thing is that it never chased us, never moved toward us, and never did anything outwardly threatening. Yet that feeling remains one of the strongest memories I have from that day. What finally broke the silence was our 4-year-old daughter from the back seat. In a calm, matter-of-fact voice, she simply said, "That wasn't real." Neither of us had said a word to her. That sentence snapped us out of whatever we were feeling, but it is also what has made this experience stick with us all these years. We have talked about it many times since then. The details remain frustratingly difficult to describe, but the core memories never change. The fact that it happened in broad daylight, the roughly 6-foot figure, the long matted hair, the clothing that somehow looked wrong, the feeling that it was trying to act like a person, the broken upside-down umbrella being pushed back and forth like a vacuum cleaner, the slow full body turned toward our car, the overwhelming feeling of dread. So we always like to imagine that monsters, demons, things that go bump in the night, well, that they reside in the night, but maybe not. Maybe they do indeed walk in the daylight, but as imposters. They're not camouflaged in the conventional sense. They just stay out of sight most of the time. But when they don't, well, you can definitely see them more clearly, and you're not supposed to. I don't know if these are aliens or really beasts and demons and monsters of the world, which I don't buy into as much, like skinwalkers and those kinds of myths. I don't view them as concretely as I do, say, an alien, which I genuinely believe is a scientific possibility, even an inevitability, if you will, given the scale of the universe. Well, that they visited us is maybe less inevitable, but still, I'm highly confident that they're here. And in fact, not just one species. My guess is there's multiple. Anyways, I do believe that these kinds of anomalies, people that don't seem right, or monsters, they could be some sort of drone or automaton that is meant to scout but malfunctioned, something like that. And it goes back to the line in your story where you feel like they were trying to act like a person. Imitation is difficult. We have so many subtle social nuances and tics. Even individually, but culturally, as a species, to try to imitate that is very difficult. If we went to a different planet, and even if we had lots of time to study the inhabitants, it would be difficult to go and insert ourselves and then pass as one of them. Not impossible, but difficult. Story by Tomato Teeth, A Crystal Memory. Yesterday when I woke up, there was a glass on my counter with a big crack in it and a chip on the rim. It's my son's favorite glass, and it already had a weird enough story. In 2015, when my boy was 9, the glass fell and was damaged. My son cried when he saw it. He's neurodivergent, so it was a pretty big thing to him. It was his special glass, so it was memorable. I tried comforting him by telling him we have a second identical glass, so it's terrible, yes, but it'll be okay. I set the damaged glass aside to safely wrap before putting it in the trash, and then promptly forgot all about it until he brought it to me a few days later. "Mom, the glass healed. My glass is all better." I feel like he must have grabbed the identical one and thought it was his, so I was like, yay, until later, when I saw the identical undamaged twin still safely in the cabinet, and the now undamaged, healed glass in my hand. I felt like maybe I was mistaken. I was actually creeped out, so I shoved it out of my mind, but I know what I saw. Yesterday, it's on the counter, with the same crack and chip as it had in 2015 before it healed. I texted my now 20-year-old son, who was out, and asked if he dropped his glass, and he said no. Why? So I tell him about the crack, and there's a pause, and he asks for a picture, which I send. He says, "That's the same crack, the glass unhealed. What the hell?" And when he got home, we talked about it, and he remembered perfectly, and recounted the whole thing exactly as it happened back then. He does remember it being cracked and crying, and then both glasses being fine. He told me, "We have to keep it. We can't throw it out. If it happens again, then we have pictures, we'll know." There have been other weird things, but this glass experience is the one that made me look for others too. Story by Magic Spa, The Solution Outside. It was August 2006, and I was deep in the middle of finishing a major report for my master's. Stakes were high. Every day late was a 5% deduction off the final grade. Nobody could afford that. On top of it, my old desktop was falling apart. One specific problem was the mouse port kept cutting out. The cursor would just freeze and I'd have to stop everything. I figured a USB to PS2 adapter from a local PC shop would fix it. Just plug into a different port. The problem was time, walking to the shop, and if they didn't have one, trekking into the city center was going to eat hours I didn't have. So I laced up, went out my front door, headed for the street. Didn't even make it past my own doorstep. Right there on the pavement outside my building was a USB to PS2 adapter. I just stood there staring at it. Picked it up expecting it to be cracked or busted or thrown out for a reason. Turned it over in my hand, and it looked completely fine. No bent pins, no cracked plastic, nothing. I turned around, went back up to my room, plugged the mouse in, popped it into the PC, turned it on. It worked perfectly. Didn't lose an hour walking anywhere, just sat back down and kept working on the report. It's been 20 years and I've never once seen a USB to PS2 adapter just sitting on a sidewalk since. Out of all the junk that could fall out of someone's bag, a cable, a flash drive, headphones, for a perfectly working adapter to land 2 yards from my door at the exact hour I needed it, is a lot to swallow. I have no idea what the odds are on that. Feels like it's gotta be millions to one. Okay, this reminds me of another story. It's been quite a while, but this was just a man that was in his apartment, and he needed money or some sort of item, I forgot what it was. He went out to the elevator, and it was just there in the elevator, if I recall. Or maybe he went outside first, came back, and then it was there. Yeah, something like that. And it just seems like, even though the details are fuzzy, the theme remains consistent, that when an object or item is needed, truly needed, beyond the immediacy of what we can think, then it seems like we can manifest it, or it's placed there for us by some other entity. Very kind of them. Story by Tronman100, an 8-bit miracle. This is a small thing in the grand scheme, but it's one of those hyper-specific childhood memories that just never left my head. I was a kid sitting on the floor in front of the TV playing the original Super Mario Bros. On the NES. Cross-legged on the carpet, locked into the 8-bit music timing every jump. I was mid-run and had to use the bathroom, so I decided to pause it. Here's the thing though, I had literally just thought about pausing. My thumb hadn't even started moving towards start yet, hands were still on the D-pad and A and B, still keeping Mario alive, and the second that thought crossed my mind, the game paused. That little Nintendo pause chime went off, everything froze on screen, Mario stuck mid-jump. I just sat there staring at the TV, then at the controller, then back at the TV. I know I didn't press start. No accidental bump, no thumb slip, no input from me at all. It was like the console read my mind and paused the second I decided I wanted it to. Obviously, after I got back from the bathroom, I spent a while trying to figure out what happened. I sat there, staring at the screen, trying to will it to pause again, just by thinking about it, picturing the pause menu in my head, focusing as hard as a kid can, hoping I'd found some weird superpower or glitch. Didn't work. Not once. The NES went right back to being a normal 80s console that wanted me to actually press the button. Looking back, there's probably a boring explanation, dust in the controller making brief contact, some static or electrical hiccup that happened to trip start at the exact same millisecond I had the thought. But the timing was so exact it still feels weird to me. Still think about it sometimes when I've got a controller in my hand. Story by Hot Iced Tea. One Sentence at Dawn. About 8 years ago, I was still living with my parents, and a mystery started brewing in our house. Out of nowhere, this foul smell started coming up from the garage downstairs. Rotten eggs, but bad. Really bad. We figured it'd pass on its own, but it just kept getting worse. By about a week in, it was unbearable. My mom actually started getting sick from it. Headaches, nausea, and she finally said she wasn't sleeping in that house again until we figured out what it was. So, we tore the garage apart, scrubbed and flushed the floor drains in case something was backed up. Went through every shelf and cupboard looking for spilled chemicals or old paint cans, anything. Found nothing naturally. The place looked completely normal, but the smell wasn't going anywhere. I went to bed that night, still stuck on it, extremely frustrated. Then I had a dream. My grandfather, who'd been dead for years at that point, was just there, and he said one thing to me: take the charger off the battery. That's it. No explanation, nothing else. I woke up and it was still sitting in my head, and I couldn't figure out why, because as far as I knew, we didn't have anything charging down there. But the dream felt too specific to shake off, so I got up and went down to the garage, half asleep, to check. There it was in the corner. My dad had hooked up an old motorcycle battery to a trickle charger and just forgot about it. The battery had gone bad and was overcharging, basically boiling, pumping out hydrogen sulfide, which is exactly what rotten eggs smell like, and exactly what had been making my mom sick. I unplugged it, threw the garage doors open to air it out. I still don't know if I'd noticed something without realizing it, and my brain worked it out in the dream, or if my grandfather actually tipped me off. I'm just glad I got up and checked. So the question in this story is, was this actually his grandfather from the beyond, playing on rules we can't understand and interacting with loved ones after you're dead? Or was it the guardian angel of this person that was imitating or passing off as his grandfather to increase credibility? Could be either or to me, but either way, I think it's beautiful and just touches my soul. I love the idea of interacting in any way with loved ones beyond the mortal coil. Even with quantum immortality, which is always the kind of wrench in the machine, if you will, or maybe not, it doesn't completely break the machine, but it does make you wonder how it fits together. If your soul was transferred to a different universe, maybe it only applies when there are no other copies to transfer to, so you're truly dead. Maybe that's why they're so infrequent. That's an idea. But then you wonder about ghosts of young people. So it's not that they died of old age in every single copy of every single universe, which is, there's a lot of them. So if it's a young person, that would be very unlucky that every single copy everywhere has perished. Damn. It would explain the infrequency of occurrences. Story by Lazy Party 3469. Nothing under my feet. I went to the dog park one afternoon with my dog, holding one of those bright fluorescent yellow frisbees, the kind you can't lose in grass even if you try. Wide open field, we were the only ones there, no other dogs to grab it and run off. I threw it straight down the middle of the field, and my dog took off after it, tracking it the whole way. I watched it land clean on the open grass. My dog saw it land too. He ran right up to the spot, and then just stopped, completely confused. I walked over expecting to see it sitting right there. It wasn't there. We searched that whole field. Nowhere for a bright yellow disc to hide on flat open ground. Both of us watched it hit the dirt, and then it was just gone. If that was the only time something like this happened, I'd write it off as bad lighting, or my eyes playing tricks on me. But basically the same thing happened before with my car keys. Standing on flat open ground, fumbled my keys, watched them drop straight down right at my feet, heard them hit the ground, bent down to grab them, and there was nothing there. Got on my knees, checked the grass, checked around my shoes, checked a 10-foot radius. Gone the second they hit the ground. Never found them. I know how this sounds, I'm not crazy. Both times someone else was standing right there with me. They saw the frisbee land, they saw the keys drop, and they were just as confused as I was when neither one turned up. Some things just disappear on you, and you're left standing in an empty field, wondering what took your stuff. Story by Meta Deter, Found Among Millions. Back in the early 2000s, I was living in Tokyo. Rush hour is something like 13 million people all moving through the city at once, a wall of commuters through the stations and platforms and underground corridors. This one afternoon, I was on the Chiyoda line, everyone shoulder to shoulder but somehow orderly about it. I was standing in the aisle, holding an overhead bar with one hand, and trying to read a copy of the Japan Times with the other, just killing time on the commute. At some point I glanced up from the paper at the row of seated passengers in front of me, and there was another Westerner sitting there, sweatpants and a baseball cap, sticking out pretty hard against all the dark suits around him. Running into another foreigner on that train wasn't unheard of, but it was rare enough that we started talking. He was easygoing, and we ended up chatting for a few minutes about some softball league he played in around the city. Nothing more than a random pleasant conversation between two expats. The train pulled into a station, doors opened, the crowd shifted, and we went our separate ways. The next day, I had a job interview across town. Suit on, out the door with time to spare. I get to the office, check in, get walked into the interview room, and I look across the table and just freeze. Same guy from the train. No sweats this time, dressed for business, but there was no mistaking him. He recognized me at the same second I recognized him. Whatever awkwardness usually comes with a job interview was gone instantly. We just laughed about it. The interview went great. He hired me on the spot. Even now, decades later, I still think about how Tokyo isn't just big, it's enormous. Millions of overlapping trips a day across hundreds of miles of track. The odds of two people ending up in the same car or the same train on the same line at the same minute, talking, and then walking into the same interview room the next day. That's not a small coincidence. Something like 13 million to 1. But somehow it happened, and a random conversation on a crowded train ended up being the thing that got me the job. So this makes me think of, to what extent is our reality manufactured, controlled? It's like in the Hunger Games movies, where the game masters are managing the tiny details of the environment under the dome of the arena. They can create water, fire, gas, they can summon monsters, they can change even the scenery itself. Does any of that apply to us? Are we being managed like mice in a lab? Or maybe it's more parental. Maybe the entities that are managing us, or our environment at least, influencing us indirectly. Maybe they care about us? I mean, that would be preferable, but to me, I would hope that it's neither. I don't like the idea of anything managing our environment. Although if we're in a simulation, I guess it could be. But even then, it could just be a sandbox MMO, right? The developers create it, but they don't mess with anything in it when people are actually playing. Yeah. Maybe just mess a little bit. Just a little bit. And prankster type stuff. But nothing meant to induce a pathway or compel a pathway for a person. I don't like that idea. Story by Garbage Goat. Where did the time go? It was a completely ordinary morning, heading to work. My commute's an easy 15-20 minute walk max. I've always liked getting to work early, sitting down with coffee for a bit before things get busy, so I always leave with time to spare. That morning I walked out my door about an hour before my shift started. The walk itself felt totally normal. Stepped outside, took my usual route, walked at my normal pace. Didn't stop and talk to anyone, didn't take a detour, nothing weird happened along the way. As far as I could tell, it was just a regular 15-minute walk from my apartment to work. Then I pushed the door open, and the whole vibe inside was wrong. Instead of the usual quiet morning, it was chaos. Coworkers running around stressed, looking relieved the second they saw me. Before I could even say good morning, they're swarming me asking where I've been, why I wasn't answering my phone. I had no idea what they were talking about. Then I looked at the clock. I wasn't early. I wasn't even on time. I was 45 minutes late. A walk that felt like 15 minutes had somehow eaten an hour and 45 minutes. My first thought was, a clock was wrong somewhere, but I checked, and every clock agreed, including my phone. Not daylight savings, no time zone weirdness, no software update messing with anything. Clocks were right when I left the apartment. Clocks were right when I walked in the door. I still have no idea where that time went. Almost an hour and a half has passed between my apartment and work. I wasn't tired, wasn't disoriented on the walk, no gaps I could feel in the actual walking. Never happened before that day, never happened since. Story by Saddam Hussein. Alone at the Chalkboard. My mother told me this story recently, and it still gives me chills. She was in 5th grade. This was way before cell phones or tablets or any of that, so kids didn't have anything to keep them busy at the end of the day. It was right around 3 o'clock. The last bell was about to ring. Right before the bell, everyone packing up backpacks, zipping jackets, getting loud, getting ready to head out to the buses. She was standing near the front of the room, next to the big chalkboard. Everyone else was rushing around trying to leave, but she was just kind of messing with the chalkboard, picking up pieces of chalk, wiping stray marks off. Then she said she looked down at the chalk for a second, and when she looked back up, the room was dead quiet. She looked around expecting to see everyone heading out, her teacher at the desk, the usual mess of kids in the doorway. But nobody was there. Teacher gone. Classmates gone. No noise from the hallway either. Nothing. She looked at the clock. It wasn't 3 o'clock anymore. It said 4:40. An hour and 40 minutes gone. To her, it felt like she'd looked away for maybe a second, but somehow almost 2 hours had passed. She walked out into the hallway, and the whole school was empty, except for the janitor doing his rounds, and one teacher from a different grade still in their room working late. She had no idea where anyone went, or how she ended up standing there alone, or what happened during that missing hour and 40 minutes. Blacking out would make sense as an explanation, except when you actually think about the logistics, it gets weirder. In what world does a teacher lock up a classroom and send kids out to buses without noticing a 10-year-old still standing right there next to the chalkboard? How do her classmates walk past her and not say anything? How does the bus driver not notice a kid missing? Was she just standing there frozen the whole time while everyone moved around her, or was something else going on? That happened over 45 years ago now, and she still thinks about it. She has no idea where that time went, or what actually happened in that classroom while she was standing there messing with the chalk. Okay, so this is the kind of story that scares me more than monsters or aliens or skinwalkers or anything like that, because it's like the universe is quicksand under your feet. It evokes a sense of discombobulation, confusion, uncertainty, and terror. At least like inner terror, not so visceral, but it's always there, and you can't escape it because reality itself is apparently unstable. Time can reset or be warped, or like the black dot glitch, those terrify me too, because it's literally just a region of the simulation, I believe, that is just malfunctioning. Now, they do repair itself, apparently, so that's good. So it's not game over yet, but I don't like the idea that there could be errors in the simulation. That is very disconcerting. Story by Just Need Answers 78. The Nightstand Mystery. I lost my wallet once, and the whole thing still doesn't make sense to me. Started out normal enough, reached for it, wasn't there, retraced everywhere I'd been over the last 24 hours, called every restaurant and store I'd been to, asking if anyone turned in a wallet. Nobody had it. So, I tore the house apart. Couch cushions, drawers, every coat and pants pocket I own, under furniture, all of it. Nothing. Eventually, I just accepted it was gone, called the banks, froze the cards, and got ready to deal with replacing my ID. A couple months went by. Got new cards, moved on, stopped thinking about it. Then, one totally normal day, I walked into my bedroom, a room I'd slept in and cleaned every single day for 2 months straight. And there it is, wallet sitting right out in the open on my nightstand. I just froze for a second, walked over, picked it up like it might not actually be real. Opened it up and everything was still in there, IDs, old receipts, all of it untouched, exactly like the day it disappeared. There's no way it was sitting there the whole time. That nightstand is right next to my bed. I put my phone on it every night. I wipe it down. I reach over it for my alarm every morning. It wasn't tucked behind anything or shoved in a corner. Dead center on the nightstand, like someone had just set it down. I've got no explanation. Nobody broke in to return an old wallet. Nobody else found it and snuck it into my room. As far as I'm concerned, it just checked out of reality for a couple months and checked back in whenever it felt like it. Story by user 9876543210987. A promise rewritten. When I was in high school, I dated a guy, let's call him Bobby, and he gave me a bracelet engraved with his name, kind of a token of promise or whatever. I wore it for a while. But as things do, it ended up in the back of a drawer, and I basically forgot about it. Bobby and I broke up a year or two later and went our separate ways. Over the years, I'd see it in that drawer here and there while looking for something else, catch his name on it and toss it back in. Never had a reason to return it since we'd long since lost touch, so it just sat there. Fast forward almost 30 years. My brother, we'll call him Brody, died suddenly, completely out of nowhere. To make it worse, that same week I was in the middle of moving in with my now husband. So, in the middle of all the grief and funeral stuff, I was also packing boxes, including that same drawer, which got moved to the new house. While unpacking, I dropped the drawer and everything spilled across the floor. I knelt down to pick it all up, and when I got to the bracelet, I picked it up to toss it back in. Same as I'd done 100 times over 30 years, except the name on it wasn't Bobby. It said Brody, my brother's name. I just sat there on the floor holding it. There's no explanation for this. I never owned a bracelet with my brother's name on it. Brody never gave me one. My parents never gave me one with his name on it. I remember Bobby handing me that exact bracelet in high school. And I remember reading his name on it every single time I came across it in that drawer for 30 years. And now here I was, right after Brody died, looking down at his name stamped into the same piece of metal. I know the logical answer. Memory is not reliable, especially under grief, and the most likely explanation is that I've just been misremembering this whole time, and it always said Brody. Except that is not my recollection. Not even close. I don't believe in ghosts or signs or anything like that. I'm a pretty logical person, but I can't shake this one. Every few years, I still pull that drawer open and check the engraving, half expecting it to say Bobby again. So far it hasn't. Still says Brody, still no explanation. Story by Zendrick, A Winning Dream. As a kid, my parents played the lottery weekly. I also couldn't keep a clock in my room because the light from a digital clock kept me awake, and the sound from an analog clock kept me awake. If I couldn't sleep, I'd walk across the hall to my parents' room to see what time it was. One night, I woke up standing in my parents' room, as though I had slept. I had had a dream about the lottery that had confused me. It was early December. I remember the clock said 4:11 a.m. Later, I asked my mom what happened as she drove me to school, and she told me that I had said that we'd win the lottery, and then I started crying. Well, my parents won the lottery. Not the jackpot, but they won around $30,000. We had a lovely Christmas that year and went to Disneyland in February. My grandma made me pick numbers and scratch lottery tickets after that. We had a lucky streak for a little while. Yeah, so 30,000 might not be the jackpot, but that's still really nice. What would you do if you won 30 grand? It's not enough to just retire and quit, but it's enough to have a good time. I mean, obviously for me, I would get more food. Not that I don't already have a lot of food, but just, up it another level. More steaks and lobsters and, I mean, not lobster. Lobster is good, but definitely more cakes. Yeah, pies. Turnovers are really good. Blueberry turnovers are amazing. I really ought to learn how to bake those because they're more expensive than they need to be if you buy them from Walmart. Great value. No, it's freshness guaranteed. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore, but yeah, more food, obviously, with 30 grand. And it's funny, if I did win like a life-changing amount of money, enough to just not have to work anymore, even $1 million would be more than enough, but I would still continue these stories, honestly. Probably wouldn't keep as strict a schedule, but I would still do them. Yeah, quite often. It's just fun, bringing them to life and talking about them. It's fun, and not a lot of people get to do something that they find fun. Even if there's still a lot of editing work and all that is mundane, the final output is well worth it, and that's just, I am blessed. Story by Ambitious Problem, 4746. Brown Eyes in an Old Song. To begin, we have to go back to the day our oldest was born. The hospital room felt like it existed in its own small pocket of time. Monitors hummed, nurses moved in and out with efficiency, and outside the window, the city kept going like the biggest event wasn't happening right now and here. My wife was exhausted but glowing, half in shock and half in love. We'd been waiting for this little girl for months, and when they finally laid her on my wife's chest, nothing else in the universe mattered one bit. If you're not a parent yet, there are no words that can possibly convey the feeling of seeing your child for the first time. But to the incredible mystery, I don't remember exactly when I noticed the music. There was a small radio on the windowsill that someone had left on low, probably for background noise during labor to battle against the screams of pain. At some point, brown-eyed girl came drifting out of it, not loud, just very softly there. Van Morrison's voice, that easy guitar, the part where he sings about making love in the green grass. Wholesome. I glanced at my wife to see if she'd caught it too, but she was looking at our daughter and only at her. That was her entire world at that moment, tracing one tiny ear with her finger. She never mentioned it later, and when I brought it up months afterward, she swore she hadn't heard a thing. Maybe she really didn't. Birth is loud in its own internal way too. We'd talked about her dad plenty over the years. She was 10 when he died. It was sudden, and it had split her childhood into pieces. She still had a few clear memories. Him teaching her to ride a bike, how he'd whistle when he was fixing something around the house, and especially the living room dances. He'd put that song on the old stereo, scoop her up, and they'd spin around the coffee table while her mom watched from the couch, laughing. Reminds me of that Harry Potter scene with Harry and Hermione, but not full of melancholy, the opposite. My wife says she can still feel the way his hands felt under her arms, that the room would blur a little when he turned her. That's the memory she reaches for most often. Her mom keeps the same ritual alive. Whenever brown-eyed girl comes on the radio now, whether we're at a restaurant or just driving somewhere, my wife and her mom catch each other's eye. It's never dramatic. Just a small smile, a little shake of the head, like they're sharing a private joke only they understand. Her mom will usually say something soft like, "Your dad's checking in on you, honey." My wife rolls her eyes, but she smiles anyway. It's become one of those little inside family note things, intensely personal. When our second daughter arrived 2 years later, I went to pick up my mother-in-law so she could meet the baby. It was early evening, a very sticky summer day, making the car feel like an oven, even with the AC running. I pulled up in front of her house, and she came out carrying a small bag of baby clothes she'd been saving. We got in, buckled up, and I turned the key. The radio came on automatically, same station it always defaults to, and there it was again. Brown-Eyed Girl. Same song. My wife's soul song, if you will. At the same moment, we were heading to the hospital to meet another granddaughter. I didn't say anything right away. Just drove. My mother-in-law heard it too. I saw her glance at the dashboard, then out the window. She had a little smile tugging at her mouth. Neither of us made a big deal out of it. We didn't need to. My wife still doesn't buy any of it. She says coincidences happen, that hospitals and cars have radios, that songs get played all the time. She wasn't in the car for the second one, and she insists she never registered the song during the first birth. I don't push it. She's always been the practical one between us, if I'm honest. But every so often, I catch her rocking one of the girls in the dim nursery light, or folding laundry with the baby monitor crackling beside her, and she's humming it under her breath. The same melody her dad used to play. Sometimes she'll sing the words softly when she thinks no one's listening. You're my brown-eyed girl. The girls are still little. They don't know the story yet. One day they will. For now, they just know that when that song comes on in the car or on the kitchen speaker, their mom gets a faraway look for a second, then smiles and keeps moving. And their grandma, when she visits, will catch her daughter's eye across the room and say the same gentle thing she's been saying for years. I don't know what any of it means, if it means anything at all. But I've stopped trying to decide. Some things just sit there between the ordinary and the impossible. The song still plays sometimes when we're all together, and when it does, the room brightens. This reminds me of the Irish pub story I read not that long ago. It was where someone's friend had died, and there was a specific song that played relating to them when they went into the pub. Something to that effect. I'm sure I'm misremembering some things, but it's touching. And there's something about music that connects us in ways we don't really understand. I mean, even there's actual fields of science that try to study why we even care about music. Why does it move our souls and play the violin with our soul? You know, it's just something magical that is ethereal and beyond our current comprehension. But yet, there it is, and we can just enjoy it and try to embrace its magic. And it's funny I say that as someone who doesn't really listen to music on its own. I view music kind of like a spice, something that enhances a dish that's already there, like a movie or a TV show or a video game. Like the Halo theme song is truly wondrous, has such oomph to it, and I think as anyone growing up in the 90s and 2000s probably was subject to that theme song, so that'll always have a place by your heart. And also, the Final Fantasy VII boss music, God, that is intense. And then of course you go to the Lord of the Rings orchestra. That is one exception where I can just put the YouTube video of that orchestra playing and just be immersed in it. It's very rare I can enjoy, it's more of a side dish than a herb for that one. And also the Harry Potter music. Those are two that on their own truly stand as almost like objects. They're material. They're necessary to the story. They're not just complementing it. Oh, and Interstellar's soundtrack. Oh my God. But to this story, I don't know if it is possible for someone that we love to send or relay a song that relates to them or their connection. I like to think it does make sense, per the stories that I'm reading. That is a possibility. The rules governing what can be done after one dies, again, ignoring quantum immortality, they seem to be all over the place. It doesn't seem like people can just appear at all times, all the time. Why not just hang out with your daughter, your children, or your mom or dad, or whoever it might be that you're still connected to? If you could. Clearly, there's something that prevents that. And you have to be more subtle about it, usually. I don't know what the rules are. Maybe we're not supposed to know. Story by Sonic Sync. Across the Frozen Dark. This happened to me a few weeks ago. I am up in Canada, and we have a good bit of snow. It was about 10 p.m., and I was coming home from work through a very rural area when ahead, in the dim light of my headlights, I saw something that looked like a snowball slide across the road to the snowbank on the right. As I got closer, I saw that it actually started to climb up the bank, except there was no head or tail to be seen. I hit my brakes to reverse to look, but it took a while for me to stop, and by the time I would have reversed to the spot, whatever it was would have made its way into the wood line, which was just a few feet away from the bank. I told my husband about it when I got home and couldn't get the image of that thing climbing up the bank out of my head. I'm driving down the same road, but a different stretch with my husband in the car. It's around 5:30 to 6 p.m., so it's just starting to get dark, but not completely dark. Suddenly, something looking like a snowball comes flying off a snowbank on the right, this time with an open field behind it, and skids across the road. My husband yells out, "Did you hit it?" We kept trying to figure out how it could have jumped from the snowbank and skidded across the road. There was a car ahead of us, so at first we thought maybe it was a chunk of slush that fell off the wheel well. But the car was too far ahead, and the snow thing came flying from the right side. It also wasn't at all windy that day, so it's not like a gust could have blown it across either. I pass the spot I first saw it every time I come home from work, and it makes me wonder every time as to what the hell it was. Story by Any Chemical 42. Eyes I Knew. Stopped at a small vape shop before work and ran into a carbon copy of my ex. My ex has been my ex for a little over a year. We were together for 5 and lives 600 miles away. I moved away when we broke up. I haven't talked to him since ending the relationship. I saw this man pull into the parking lot in a blue truck, did a double take because it looked exactly like my ex, got out of the car, and went in. He came into the store behind me and walked off to my right and was about 15 feet away. I did notice that he kept his head turned away from me. Once I got a second look at him, I would have bet money that it was my ex, even with my glasses on. The relationship didn't end well, and there are many reasons that I moved so far away, so needless to say my adrenaline was pumping. I was shaking like a leaf and could not stop staring. After I finished my transaction as he was walking over, I apologized because he was very aware of my staring, and I wanted to explain myself. As I was talking to him, and since he was closer, I was able to see that he had the exact chipped tooth and wore the same exact glasses as my ex. Even after staring him in the face, I couldn't find any differences. The only difference was the lack of tattoos. My ex had a large tattoo on his right arm. The man was really nice, shook my hand, asked my name, and told me his. He lives less than a mile from me. My mind is literally blown. If I would have run into this person in my hometown, I would have not even spoken to him because there would have been no reason to believe that it wasn't him. I wouldn't even have questioned it. This man and my ex are the same person. Same stance, same gestures, same eyes, same smile, even down to how they were dressed, even the backwards baseball cap. The only difference was a slightly deeper voice. I'm also not convinced that it wasn't actually him. Like this guy didn't just resemble him or remind me of him. It was an exact copy, even standing a foot away from him looking in his eyes. All I kept saying to the guy was that it was uncanny, that I couldn't believe my eyes. He just chuckled and accepted my many apologies. Is this a glitch in the Matrix? Story by James Drayton, The Sea's Secret. I live in Thurso, Scotland, northernmost town in the UK. On the 15th of June, sometime between 10 and 11 p.m., I went for a walk along the town beach, since the summer days up here don't get dark until around 12 a.m. The sky was a really unique color, which was reflecting in the sea, and so I walked to the end of the pier to take some photos. Taking photos of the sea and sky, I suddenly noticed something protrude out of the water, maybe 10 to 15 meters ahead of me. My instant thought was that it was a seal, since there are always seals in the sea and town river. But when this thing protruded from the water, I was taken back by how long its body was. Although gray seals are around 5 to 8 feet long, this animal seemed a lot longer. I see seals in the water all the time, so I know the difference. The head of this animal almost appeared seal-like, except its snout looked longer and on first impression reminded me more of the head of a hippo, believe it or not. As soon as I see this animal in the water, I quickly try to take a photo of it, but by the time I did, it had begun to submerge beneath the water. Sadly, the animal was almost fully submerged by the time I took the photo, as it had only surfaced for around 5 seconds. Whatever this animal was, it had an extremely long seal-like body and an almost hippo-like head. Sounds ridiculous, I know. Although the waters here do have orcas and different dolphin species, this definitely wasn't that, as I saw no fins whatsoever. And no, it wasn't some floating object like a tree log. Although I waited around for the animal to resurface again, it sadly didn't. As far as I know, there are no alleged cryptids in the region, only fictional creatures from local folklore. However, after doing some Googling, I found out that young walrus bucks from the Arctic are sometimes spotted in North Scottish waters. However, this is extremely rare, like one spotted every 10 years. This could possibly explain the hippo-like head I saw. However, if there was a walrus in North Scottish waters recently, it would have been all over the local news. Whatever it was I saw, it definitely wasn't a seal. Body too long, head not the right shape. So my best logical guess is that it was an extremely rare walrus sighting, though not much evidence of that either. But in case this wasn't a walrus, I thought I should still post this, as it's the closest I've ever gotten to a cryptid sighting. Story by Valiant Freak. One date, please. I was driving home from a racetrack with a friend when my phone rang. This was 20 plus years ago, so mobile phones, especially in regional areas, were not as reliable. Anyway, I answered, but there was nobody there. I hung up, but the phone kept ringing, and each time there was nobody there. I figured somebody was trying unsuccessfully to call me, so seeing as we had nothing better to do on the long drive, we decided to figure out who the person was by reeling off a list of names and telling them, if they could hear us, to hang up when we got to their name. The girl who I had a crush on at the time was on the list, and when we got to her name, the phone hung up. Obviously, this could have been a coincidence, so when the phone rang again, we asked the caller a series of questions that only she would know the answer to, with the caller to hang up when we got to the correct answer. We read off many questions, and she got them all correct. This was definitely her. On a roll, we used this silly technique to set her up on a date with me by asking her where she wanted to go, followed by a series of options. What did she want me to bring? Drive-in and flowers, apparently. Eventually, the phone went flat, but I was feeling very pleased with myself, having set up a date with a cute girl. The next day, the girl down the road called me up and asked if I wanted to go for a run. We sometimes went for a run, but I hadn't spoken to her in a couple of weeks. I asked her if I should bring flowers, but she had no idea what I was talking about. When we met, I told her what had happened, and she denied having tried to call me the previous day. Furious at having been pranked, I called my mate and violently cursed him out in front of her, which shocked her. We ran that day in silence and never went on a run again. I lost a friend that day, as we never really spoke again. Obviously, I assumed that my mate in the car with me was involved at first. He was a notorious prankster, although he didn't own a mobile phone and had never pulled off a prank that would be considered cruel, like making your friend think he had a date when he didn't. Also, how could he have operated a mobile phone when I was sitting right next to him, watching him? There was another car full of friends we were following, but they were his friends, not mine, and I didn't know them well. They certainly didn't know me well enough to answer any of these questions. And deciding to interrogate the person on the other end of the phone was my idea.
I still have no idea who, if anybody, was on the line that day. But seeing as the girl had earlier confessed that she liked me when she was drunk, but not single, maybe my life would have turned out differently if my phone hadn't have gone flat. You know, this is sad because of the aftermath, but I still feel like it's the universe trying to nudge you a certain way. Like, okay, this is a girl that you would connect really well with. Again, I don't believe in one soulmate. I believe in multiple compatible mates, you could say, that really align well with our soul. But just one, maybe there's one perfect soulmate, but I think even then, there's probably more than just a single human being out there that is perfect for you. And I just love stories where fate is played with. It's not really fate, it's just influence. This is something that could be good for you. Do you want to pursue it? Now, you're not told it, as if this was information beyond the universe, beyond what you're supposed to know. You're only given instincts and emotions to act on. And obviously, only acting on emotion without any logic isn't good. But in cases of love, it's one of those things you have to learn that it's not always logical. Which can annoy me because I think I'm a pretty logical guy. But yeah, it's just one of those things you have to play around with and understand as you go along. Yeah, okay. Story by Hawk Both, 8539. A strike without shape. So, this happened when I was a teenager, riding bikes with my friends, and I still don't have an explanation for it. We were just cruising, nothing special about the road, no traffic, normal day, and out of nowhere, I get absolutely clotheslined in the chest, like a full-on invisible bar. It knocked me straight off my bike, backwards, like I'd ridden into a tree branch at chest height. Except there were no trees or anything, nothing around me at all. And here's the part that still messes with me. If it really was some kind of branch or bar, it should have hit my arms first since they were out in front of me holding the handlebars. It skipped right past my arms and caught me square in the chest. My friends saw the whole thing, and they were freaking out just as much as I was. One of them said something like, "What the hell was that? It looked like you got super punched in the chest." And that's exactly what it felt like. We stood around confused as hell, and every single time we rode past that spot after that day, we'd slow down and look again. I was expecting it to happen again, but it never did. We never found anything that could explain it. To this day, I have no idea what hit me, only that something did, and it hit me exactly where a person would if I'd rode straight into them. Story by Near Emu, When the Factory Trembled. I own a large business that maintains 3 shifts of workers, 3 floors, 5 or 6,000 square feet each floor, and machinery all around. In 2014 or so, the power to the town was out from some storms, and I sent my employees home. Some of them stayed outside on the loading docks, and I was walking around the shop trying to figure out if I could get a generator to at least be able to perform some of my packing and shipping for the day. It was pitch black as I was going through, aside from a battery security light that really only created a very faint, vague shadowing of the area. But I've been in this place for 20 years. I can feel my way around well enough. I'm in the middle of a very silent, if you've ever been someplace that is 100% always sort of loud, you know how strange it is to be in that place. It's silent, it's weird, something is off, it's not right somehow. Building and machinery all around me. All of a sudden, a huge explosion rocks the building. It honestly dazes me and I startle wildly. My mind starts racing and I rush as best I can in the dark to get to the loading docks and find out what just happened. As I get toward the light, I can start jogging, and I get out there, and not a single person out there heard a thing. They are all just standing there, like nothing happened, and I ask what the hell that explosion was, and they look at me like I'm insane. It sometimes bothers me that it had to just be in my head. It rocked my entire body, and I literally felt the building shake, but it couldn't have actually happened in reality. Story by Gisasage 88, In the Name of the Dark.
In the early morning, when we were in our room with our cats and no one else was home, my husband and I heard what sounded like a woman walking quickly and purposefully into the kitchen, and then what sounded like our entire drying rack being thrown on the floor, then pot lids and Tupperware bouncing around on the floor. Scared the crap out of us and the cats. Then it sounded like things were being stacked back up on the counters and someone was quickly leaving the kitchen as we were throwing on our pajamas to investigate. Our room was right off the kitchen. Once we opened the door, nothing was out of place. Another time, while we were the only ones home, we were getting ready to watch a movie in the basement and heard slow creeping footsteps in the dining room above us. That one also scared the crap out of us. We've had 3 house sitters report odd sounds while watching the house. One thought we had gotten home early. Another thought the house had been broken into, and a third reported footsteps on the floors he wasn't on. When I was pregnant and we had shifted our room to the upstairs, I was super tired and slept a couple extra hours a day. One early but dark evening, I woke up and thought I heard my husband creeping around in the dark on the other end of the room. I thought he was trying to be quiet because he still thought I was asleep, so I called out his name. No response, but I still heard someone walking in the dark and even heard the handle on my old travel trunk organizer distinctly lift and drop. I called out his name again. No response. I heard steps getting closer, but I couldn't see him. That's when I panicked and called his phone. I told him to throw all the lights on and come upstairs. The sound ceased and I saw nothing, unfortunately. A few years later, my daughter was a toddler, and everyone had left the house for a music gig except for me and her because she was sick. I was working in the attic office space and had her bundled in blankets on a chair next to me. Suddenly, I heard noise downstairs like someone was home. To be honest, I ignored it. I figured someone had forgotten something for the gig and had come back to retrieve it. Then I heard someone yell up the stairwell, "Hello." It sounded sort of like one of the band members, so again thinking something had been forgotten, I just yelled, "Hello," back. I heard no response, so I figured they were just letting me know they were there. Great survival skills, right? Several minutes went by, and then I heard the door to the attic stairs open and close again. This was weird because it had sounded like whoever was there earlier had left. I heard some sounds of someone on the stairs. Then I heard a male voice call out my daughter's first name. I got up and went to the stairwell and no one was there. I had heard the door open and close and heard someone on the stairs, but when I went to check, the door was closed and no one was there. I tried to forget about it, but a couple minutes later I distinctly heard my daughter's middle name said in the male voice. This time it seemed up in the room near us. She looked around in a way that makes me think she heard it too. I called my husband. Luckily, he was only helping with setup and could come home early. I left my daughter on the chair, grabbed the biggest pair of scissors I could find, and inspected the upstairs and then the downstairs. It seemed we were alone. There have been a few more moments with odd bumps or noise bursts in the house, but these were the most memorable, and our house does have carbon monoxide detectors. We've lived here for 15 years. We figured events seem to take place every 6 months to 2 years or so. My parents briefly lived in an 1800s house for 3 years, and that place had way more odd happenings on average than this house. Apparently, a lot of their guests were a bit freaked out by it, and they had 2 upstairs guest rooms that were side by side with each other that seemed to get the biggest brunt of it. They also had lots of carbon monoxide detectors. My dad worked firefighting for a bit and was super big on that stuff. Story by DewMilk352. Chips for 3. I've experienced similar things a couple of times now, but today's event is truly unexplainable. So I went to a grocery store earlier today. I only had to buy chips because somehow I forgot those earlier and we had a big gathering tonight. I was going to get 3 bags of chips, and I got 3. Went to the register and paid for them. I went back to my car and put them on the passenger seat. I had a doctor's appointment afterwards, so that's where I went. When I got back to my car, after the appointment, I noticed that there were only 2 bags now. Weird. Maybe one fell under the seat? Nope, checked literally everywhere in the car. And the chip bags were pretty big, it's not easy to miss them. Okay, maybe I accidentally bought 2 bags instead of 3? Checked the receipt. I paid for 3 bags. I was already weirded out, but I drove home, got the 2 bags out of the car and to the house. Left them out on the kitchen counter as I was about to start preparing everything. Went upstairs to wash my hands and change. Went back downstairs and, somehow, there were now 3 bags on the kitchen counter. We had no chips at home beforehand, and I was the only one home when this happened. Story by Mysterious Ganache 384. Roots of Another Timeline. I live in a neighborhood maintained by an HOA, and all common areas are gardened by the HOA's contractors, and the HOA president is very involved in tree maintenance, and she does an amazing job making sure our neighborhood is very well maintained. 3 weeks ago, my family and I went on vacation for 10 days. At some point in the last 3 weeks after returning, I noticed that an area directly in front of our next-door neighbor's house that is normally free of vegetation at the base of a huge pine tree now has 4 mature-ish trees in the area that used to be blank. They look about 2 to 3 years old, so their trunks are still thin, but they are at least 12 to 15 feet tall and obviously established. The base of the trees are not disturbed. No fresh soil. Roots are visible. When I noticed the trees, I did a double take and thought, where did those trees come from? But I didn't pursue an immediate answer. I figured our HOA president had them installed while we were on vacation. Fast forward to yesterday, when our HOA puts on a block party. All of the homeowners gather in the area closest to that huge pine tree, which is directly in front of our next-door neighbor's house. There is also another house directly next to the tree. Both of those 2 houses' long-term owners were at the party, as well as the HOA president and other HOA members. Before the party began, my husband was setting up tents and coolers, etc., and he came over to me and said, "Where did those trees come from?" I was like, "They were never there before." After the party started, our HOA president and both of the homeowners, directly adjacent to that patch of land, were chatting with their backs turned to the area with the new trees. I asked the HOA president, "Where did those trees come from?" And when she turned around, she had this shocked, incredulous look on her face. She said, "Where did those come from?" Keep in mind our HOA press has lived here since the 80s, manages all the tree trimming and gardening and everything else that makes our HOA amazing. 4 new tall trees appeared in what used to be a space with only river rocks covering the ground. We asked the owners whose kitchen window and front door stares directly at that area, and they were like, "No, those have never been there before." And the neighbor whose house sits directly next to that area chimed in to say that, about 3 weeks ago, she pulled her husband outside to ask where the hell these trees came from. Every single one of us at the party do not remember there ever being trees there. Every last one of us in the whole neighborhood. Coincidentally, the timing correlated to CERN shutdown. We know the gardeners and tree trimmers did not plant tall trees there, so for the house that stares at that little patch of land, they just sold their home and moved out a few weeks ago. Those former owners were at the taco party because we are all really great friends. She and her husband, who is a skeptic of anything not provable by science, both insist that the entire time they lived there were no trees except the big pine tree. She pulled up photos, which she had a lot of because they were parked in front of their garage, which is directly next to that area, and her kids played in that area all the time. All her pictures had the trees there. So now we have every single person insisting there were never trees there, yet photos showing that the trees had been there for years. Everyone was tripping out. Make it make sense. Has to be a glitch or a Mandela effect. All our minds are blown, and I can finally say I definitely experienced a glitch. Crazy. So the question here is, to what extent
does quantum immortality, well, first, not involve death necessarily, and the other, enable group transfers? Truly, that is incredible. You can transport multiple people at the same time, and it may not even be triggered by death exclusively. I do think death is one trigger, but now I'm becoming convinced that it's not the only one at all. Wild. And all this is definitely related to the Mandela effect, where universes have slight differences, sometimes rather major ones in this case. I think depending on the distance between the branching universe pathway, the further out you go, the more differences stack up. And it's like the domino effect or butterfly effect, where even tiny changes compound over time. So if you're in a new universe that is very old compared to the one you were from, like the branching point, or the roots, you could say in this case, right? If they're pretty far apart, well, there's just been more time to have more changes accumulate. And that could potentially result in trees being there or not there, depending on when this happened, when the new universe that you're now in spawned. And go far enough out, and you can have such extraordinary differences. I wonder what the limit is. I want to see the craziest universe possible that is on the same timeline. It's all running concurrent. Just what is the craziest thing that could exist right now? Flying ships, flying cars, at least? Definitely hope there's more than that. Story by Anonymous. The Cold Hand of Yesterday. I don't even know where to start on this one. I'm just going to flat out say that this will sound wackadoodle bonkers insane. Okay. A few months back, I started working with a lovely older lady, who I'll call A. She was twice my age, and over our tenure together, she sort of became like a mother or sister figure. She was married to another lovely older lady I'll call N. They had been married for over 15 years. We became very good friends over time when we found out we were all interested in history. Well, I would have them over, and at some point we started talking about conspiracy theories. One thing led to the next, and I started talking about reptilians. To be clear, this was in a joking, I hope, serious way. Anne mentioned how she was a historian, though, and was telling me stuff about how the Roman Empire never fell, and like the Tower of Babel type crap. Almost as if she had been there. It was really strange, and something didn't feel right about how she was describing these historic events. Me typing this out doesn't do it justice at all. So, they leave. Keep in mind this was the first time I ever had them over. Then the power in just my apartment goes out, and I get a call from A as soon as it goes out. A and N previously liked to prank call me before, but the timing was strange this time. They knew it was out. It seriously freaked me the hell out. Well, a month or two later, present day, I have just N over because she wanted to have discussions about Roman history and Miss Philosophy. Well, at one point, out of the blue, she started talking about how her body temperature has always been that of what she referred to as a dead man, and said that doctors were baffled by her anatomy because other than that, she was perfectly healthy and even had me touch her skin. I kid you not, she felt like she should have wrapped herself up in 10 blankets. And then it seemed as though it wasn't her anymore, like she was trying to tell me that she wasn't who I thought she was. But the weird part was that she seemed like, even if she were reptilian, that she was a part of this rare group of them that just wanted to live amongst humans. Maybe I'm not doing them any favors by making this post, and maybe I sound freaking crazy. But after she left, A called me and started talking to me about a magenta-colored UFO that appeared over their porch the previous night. And then she started going into explicit detail about what it was doing to her perception of time, until I heard N in the background telling her to stop, and they sort of changed the subject with A, saying something along the lines of, "Don't you love my improv?" leading into the next part of the convo. They then started joking with me and saying that they were aliens and that it didn't matter what I thought, but not in a condescending way though. They were going along with a part, but also they were really trying to tell me they weren't human without actually telling me. I always have to say, pranks are always on the table. You can never exclude them. People can be creative in how they try to mess with others. I know this from experience, personal experience. But I also will say that her body temperature being so cold
is an anomaly. Now, there's instances where people can get sick, their body may actually go down instead of having a fever. Certain illnesses can cause that. But if she wasn't sick, maybe there is some disease that doesn't really cause outward symptoms other than just having a very cold temperature. I'm sure that exists, but still, that is the one note where you say, okay, maybe there's something here. I don't know about reptilian aliens. I don't have a configuration in my brain as to what their race might be. It might not even be carbon-based, could be silicon-based, things like that. When we imagine aliens, we're always thinking more along the terms of what we find on this planet. But what's out there in the deep void of the universe, well, could be things we can't truly comprehend. I actually really like the movie Arrival because of that. The aliens presented are so unlike us. Well, that's what an alien probably would be like. Story by Tomato Teeth, Gravel and Grace. I had an accident on my scooter last June. I was going maybe 10 miles per hour, and I skidded out on fine leftovers the city hadn't swept up from the winter before. Everything went in slow motion, and I face-planted and slid a few feet on my chin and right cheekbone, while the scooter slid out and sideways. My jaw was broken on one side and dislocated on the other, and I had a wicked double shiner. My lip was scraped up really bad, but thankfully everything was intact. If I hadn't been wearing sunglasses, it would have been much worse because the thick plastic frames were ground down quite a bit, but even still there's a dent in my orbital and above my eyebrow from the impact, and I needed stitches on my cheek. As I was going down, it felt like it took 5 solid minutes to hit the ground, and when I made impact, I heard bones crunch like a bundle of celery breaking. I truly believed in that instant I had broken my neck. I physically felt the impact and then nothing at all, and I heard that tinnitus sound like a high-pitched whistle, then sharp silence, and I don't know why, but I had this sense that she died. Me, obviously, but my mind felt weird, and I felt overwhelming grief for just a flash, and then everything rushed back and I was laying on the pavement, hearing the cars going by, someone pulling over, but I truly felt like I had watched and felt somehow my own death. I told my husband all of this when he came to the hospital, and we talked about it extensively later as well. A few days later, I went back to the spot and my blood hadn't completely washed away from the rain the night before. It's so weird, but I swear it felt like I was visiting a grave. Story by Anonymous. The Night We Never Reported. This event took place about 1992. I was just a young man and in the military. I was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas at the time. Those of you that are familiar with Fort Hood will know what I'm talking about when I say North Fort Hood. For those of you that do not, let me try to explain so you will better understand why we were where we were when this happened. Fort Hood is a very large military base. It is probably one of the largest military bases by land in the United States. The main base, where you would find all of the buildings and motor pools full of vehicles and so forth, is just called Fort Hood. It is on the south end of the overall land that comprises Fort Hood, and just outside its gates is the town of Killeen. Most of Fort Hood is wilderness. That wilderness is a training area for soldiers to go and train in. There is also a large impact area for the artillery units that have to train with their cannons. At the far northern end of the base, there is a small complex called North Fort Hood. It takes about 30 or 40 minutes to drive from the main base up to North Fort Hood. In the early 1990s, there was not much in the way of buildings or infrastructure at North Fort Hood. The unit I was assigned to had to calibrate a piece of equipment, and that meant that it had to be set up and left in place for about a week while the calibration took place. I'm not going to get into the details about this equipment, and it's not vital to the story anyway. What is important to note is that we had to set this equipment up at North Fort Hood during the process. During the day, we had some soldiers who were there working on calibrations, but at night, we obviously were not just going to leave this expensive equipment unguarded. so every night we would leave 2 soldiers with the equipment to keep an eye on things and make sure nothing happened to it. It was a very easy duty by every measure. There was a tent to stay in and plenty of food. Soldiers who stayed the night to guard the equipment got the next day off. Basically, we would just sit in the tent, play cards or some other game, and just keep an eye on things. It was basically camping. I volunteered to take a Thursday night as my turn at guard duty. This was because I had vacation, leave time, starting the following Monday. My rationale was simple. Take guard duty on Thursday night, get Friday off, and start my leave time early. It was myself and another young soldier who was my friend. Both of us were just kids. I had just turned 21, and I believe he was just 19 or so. Keep in mind that this is 1992, so while cell phones did exist, they were by no means as prolific as they are now. It was actually pretty rare to see a person with a cell phone, and when you did, they were in these big leather-carrying bags. They were huge, and we called them bag phones, and they were very expensive. Needless to say, neither of us had a cell phone. Why is that important? Because we were dropped off for guard duty around 5 p.m. and everyone else left. We had no vehicle and no way to communicate with anyone. We were entirely alone if anything happened, and of course, we were not expecting anything to happen. It was, after all, very easy duty. Watch the equipment, play some cards, eat some chow, no problem. We were sitting in the tent when the first winds started to kick up, and I noticed some storm clouds moving in from the west. Now, whoever they had set that hex tent up apparently had no interest in doing it properly, because as the winds got worse, the tent was re-leaning as though it might fold at any moment. Clearly, we were about to get hit with a pretty severe thunderstorm, and anyone who has ever lived in Central Texas can tell you that the storms there can blow up quickly and be pretty violent. Fortunately for us, there was a deuce-and-a-half truck there with a shelter on the back. For those that don't know, a deuce-and-a-half is a large 6-wheel drive truck, and if you want to get an idea what they look like, you can Google M35A2 truck. This particular truck had a shelter on the back, and that is where we retreated to in order to get out of the path of the approaching storm. Before anyone asks, I should note that we could not drive the truck away from the campsite because it was needed for the calibration, and we would not abandon our post anyway. This falls under the first general order, and anyone who has ever been in the army knows what I mean. So, we secured ourselves in the shelter while the storm passed, and it was a typical Texas frog strangler, to be sure. Miraculously, the tent did not blow over, and I was surprised by that. Still, we decided to stay in the back of the truck until dawn as we had already moved one of our cots inside. We finally laid down at about 10 p.m., and it was very quiet. This is a very remote area, and while we were in a clearing next to a runway, there were no buildings present, and all around this airstrip was just woods. Today there are buildings there, as I have recently looked at the location on Google Maps. At any rate, we had left the door on the shelter just slightly open for 2 reasons, because the shelter had no power running to it, so there was no airflow going through it. Shutting the door would have left us susceptible to the effects of carbon monoxide. We needed fresh air. We needed to be able to hear what was going on outside. We decided to take turns getting some rest, although we had been told we were allowed to sleep if we wanted to. We were still on base, and there was absolutely no reason to expect that anything at all was going to happen. My friend was on the cot by the door of the shelter, and I was on the floor at the other end. I felt like I had just dozed off when I was shaken violently awake. It was my friend, and as I sat up, he was pulling the door to the shelter closed and trying to put a lock on it by using the light from his wristwatch. He was obviously very upset and scared. It was the kind of fear that cannot be faked, as if he was trying to prank me. This was primal fear. I kept asking him what was wrong, and he finally managed to tell me that something had grabbed him by the foot and tried to pull him from the shelter. My first thought was that he had dozed off and had a nightmare. He was insistent that he had not, and even stated that whatever had grabbed him had said to him, "We'll be back for you." and let him go as he was shaking me awake. I wasn't sure if it was a prank or not, but my gut instinct was that he was petrified and his hands were shaking as he tried to lock the shelter door, so there must be some truth to it. I told him that we couldn't leave the door closed because of carbon monoxide. I was the higher ranking, so technically I was in charge. He refused to stay by the door if it was going to be open even a little bit, so I agreed to switch places with him. I opened the door just a couple of inches and laid down on the cot, still believing he had just had a really bad nightmare. He was on the floor at the other end of the shelter. Within a few minutes, some pretty strange things began to happen. There were scratching sounds on the shelter, scratching on the sides, on the top, and on the front, where the cab of the truck was. A few times the door moved ever so slightly, but never opened. Needless to say that by this time, I was convinced that something or someone was definitely outside, and both of us were pretty scared. I reached to the end of the cot I was on and pulled out the metal crossmember that is used to give it tension. After that, I felt around under the cot and found a wooden handle to a pickaxe. In the Army we call these pioneering tools, but most of you will know it as a pickaxe handle without the pickaxe part at the end. This I handed to my friend, and I instructed him that if anyone opened the door to the shelter, we were going to start beating them with our makeshift weapons and not stop beating until whoever it was down on the ground and not moving. The scratching on the exterior of the shelter continued intermittently throughout the night. We made no effort to call out to whomever or whatever it was. I think we were both just in fight mode. If anyone had pulled the door to the shelter fully open, I had full intentions of fighting for all I was worth. I am certain my friend felt the same way. Eventually it began to get light outside, and as the sky began to get light, the scratching stopped. We stayed in the shelter for another 40 or 50 minutes until the sun was fully up. At that point I said that I was going to push the door all the way open, jump off the back of the truck, and if he saw anyone just start swinging. So I counted to 3, flung the door open, and jumped off the truck. When you are 21, you can jump off of a deuce and a half and it doesn't hurt. Now I would be far more cautious. At any rate, there was nothing. Not a soul. We looked all around the truck and the camp. Nothing. What I noticed immediately was that while we were leaving boot tracks in the still wet ground, there were no other tracks around the truck at all. I began to look for loose items in the shelter that might account for the scratching sound. Nothing. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or still be on edge. We packed up our gear, and about 30 minutes later, the relief NCO arrived in a Humvee. He wasn't even fully out of the truck, and we were putting our stuff in it to leave. He laughingly remarked that we seemed really ready to go. We never told him a thing. In fact, we never said anything to anyone in our unit about what happened. We probably should have, but I think we were afraid we would be laughed at. At any rate, I got behind the wheel of the Humvee, and my friend got in the back on the passenger side. I drove down the road and came to a stop at the main highway that we would take to get back down to Fort Hood. At that moment, there came a clear, loud, and distinct clap of thunder. I leaned out the window and looked up, and then I looked back at my friend who was in the back of the truck, and he said something I'll never forget. "There ain't a freaking cloud in the sky, man." I believe I probably set a record for the fastest drive back to Fort Hood in a Humvee that morning. I'm not one to believe in this stuff. I think a lot of this paranormal stuff is just active imaginations or people making it up. But something happened to us that night, and I will never forget it. It scared the hell out of me, and I don't ever want to experience it again. So this reminded me of the movie Signs with, it was the guy who made Apocalypto, I think the movie. Mel Gibson. I don't know. Anyways, you know who I'm talking about. And they come to Earth, they don't know about the weakness to water, which is dumb, I think, but it's still, the way they behaved was very creepy. It was like a horror movie. They were part of the script. They were intended to be creepy. And that's fair enough. It was a fun movie to watch. But yeah, this reminded me of that. So I don't know if it's an alien. Could be some kind of creature we haven't encountered before. Skinwalkers, stuff like that. I don't think this was a prank though. It'd be pretty hard to prank. And also the thunder without any clouds, that can occur, but it is pretty rare. Could it be a sonic boom from an alien aircraft? Or it could just be a sonic boom from, this is a military base. I don't know if they have many aircraft in Fort Hood or nearby. Probably. So that could be responsible. Story by Tyke Stedt. A Life Beyond Impact. I'm in Southern California, and driving freeways here can be crazy at times. Sorry for those that maybe don't understand the references. One Sunday morning, I was taking a drive from the Long Beach to Claremont, and once I got off from the 605 onto the 10 freeway, and the 10 was very light. I always like to look around when I'm driving to see who's on the road, just a habit I have. I'm on the second lane on the left. The carpool lane is on my left. Driving a few minutes on the 10, I glance at a goldish-colored SUV weaving through traffic, coming up fast. I look around and can see other drivers pulling off to the right. I thought about doing the same, but then a commercial van was almost alongside me, so I decided to stay in my lane. I look back again, and that SUV is weaving through cars, seems to be going faster, and then I can see it coming up behind me, like in slow motion. I realized if I don't move, he's hitting me. I can't merge right because of the van, and I think I had read somewhere that in situations like this, to stay in the lane you're already on as the other driver should be moving away. And again, this is in my mind happening in slow motion, and then I get that feeling like I'm about to get hit. I remember clearly bracing myself, holding on to the steering wheel, and close my eyes for a second. And I swear I hear the sound of metal on metal screeching. Then after what felt like minutes, I opened my eyes and looked around, and that SUV was nowhere. I slow down, merge right all the time looking, but nothing. That commercial van I had earlier next to me is slightly ahead, but no sign of the SUV. I pulled off the freeway just to gather my thoughts. I think about that moment regularly. I shared the story with friends and family, but I can see they thought it was my imagination or "you're probably stressed." Here's why I think it's important to share now. I believed I died that moment, but I am now in a different reality. I think I went through a glitch or something like it. Or am I really just going crazy? Story by Scented Cinnamon Stick. 3 Circles Home. Starting this off by saying that I struggle strongly with depression. Not proud of it. I'm in therapy. I'm working on it. I've been doing this grounding thing that consists of me walking to a nearby circular park and walking it until I feel safe enough to go home. I usually walk 3 circles, then head home. On Monday, I was having a not-so-great night, so I went to said park and walked 2 circles. It was pretty late, around 4:30 in the morning. I have a playlist that totals about 2 hours that I listen to. I remember getting a little over halfway through my playlist when my app stopped working. It has a glitch sometimes when it'll just continue to only play one song, and nothing else will work. I didn't feel like dealing with it, so I decided to shut it off and head home. The sun was coming up, and I always enjoy seeing the sunrise over the lake near my house, so I stopped to just stand and watch it for a little bit. I couldn't have been there for more than 5 minutes. After taking a deep breath and restarting my trek, I got a notification from my doorbell camera. That was followed by 50+ DMs, texts, calls, the works. Mostly from my friends, but a lot of calls from my mom wondering where I was. I called her back, and she started yelling at me, telling me she was at my door and that she was about to call the cops. That's what my doorbell notification was. It's now 7:11 on Wednesday. I told her that I was at the park doing my circles, and she said that she went there and couldn't find me. I have no freaking idea what happened. I'm on IV nutrition. I do 1 bag a day. I have an extra bag, so I was gone. But I feel fine. And usually even if I start my bag, even an hour late, I'll feel like crap. I'm so confused. My friends and family thought I offended myself. They were terrified. I wish I had an answer or an explanation, but I don't. I'm just as confused and upset at everyone else. I feel this dread over not knowing what the hell happened. Story by Friend is Patrick Starr. Where Love Still Wanders. 2 weeks ago, my little dog, Max, died. He was diagnosed with an illness a few months ago with an uncertain prognosis, but I could tell the end was coming. My best friend was going to pick me up at 9 a.m. on Friday morning, and I was going to have him put to sleep, as his illness was progressing and his quality of life had declined severely. However, the night before we were going to take him, he passed in his sleep, which I thought was a blessing. He was in his bed right beside me. Me and my 2 best friends had a nice little funeral service in my backyard that evening, where we buried him and told silly stories about our little buddy. The whole thing was bittersweet. We shed a lot of tears, but we also had champagne and talked about his little sassy, yappy self. 2 nights after Max's death, me and my young daughter were in the kitchen playing pretend lemonade stand. She was standing and I was sitting on the floor. When I pushed up off of the floor and twisted around to get up, I saw a 3D, gray, almost opaque, but just so slightly transparent version of Max. He walked from behind the kitchen island and walked right up to the kitchen door that leads to the back porch and just kind of slowly faded through it. There were no defining features such as nose, eyes, or mouth, but the body shape, head shape, ear shape, and gait were a complete giveaway that it was Max. I was pretty jarred, but wrote it off quickly as my grieving brain played tricks on me, until my 3-year-old looked up at me and said, exact quote, "Mama, was that black shadow Max? How did he go through the door?" I was gobsmacked. If I had seen him myself, I wouldn't have given it much thought, but the fact that my toddler saw him too makes me think that my brain was not playing tricks on me. I still feel so weird about it. My toddler thinks it was the coolest thing ever and won't stop talking about it. Although now she is confused because I reiterated to her a dozen times, in an age-appropriate way, that Max was not coming back after we buried him. So I just want to quickly mention that always having a witness helps, and I used to mention this and I forgot why, but I would call it a quack standard. I don't know if people are around long enough to remember that, but I don't remember what it was. Why would I say quack? Was there some duck involved in witnessing a glitch, or a glitch involving a duck that had a witness? Something like that. I don't know, but it's always good to have a witness. You don't have to feel crazy, even if it's your toddler, And, it's just a sweet story. I think dogs have souls. Cats, to what extent? Do ants have souls? Where is the cutoff? I don't know. Very interesting question. Story by Lolly Trap, The Measure of Moments. This happened in 2022 when I was 17 years old. I remember every single moment of it vividly, since it actually messed me over, because it happened to me during a test, so I have a big emotional attachment to it. One spring day in high school, we had a physics test that I actually studied for and put time into. Before the class started, I apparently drank a lot of liquid, because I really had to use the bathroom during the test. Therefore, I asked myself out. After being excused, I left my phone in the classroom to avoid cheating suspicions and started literally jogging to the restroom. I ran because I didn't want to take any time away from the test. I remember every step of the way, which bathroom I went to, which urinal I used, and which sink I washed my hands in. There was only one sink, but I don't want people to think I don't wash my hands. When I was done with the bathroom, I jogged back to the classroom, wasting no time. This whole process couldn't have taken any more than 4 to 5 minutes. Here's where it gets interesting. The teacher instantly started questioning me as soon as I stepped foot back into the classroom. Did you get lost? What were you doing in that bathroom? Were you trying to look up answers? She asked, as I was standing there completely confused and thinking to myself, I literally ran there and back. I didn't even have time to cheat. Naturally, I answered with visible confusion. No, I just went to the restroom and came back, and walked back to my seat while thinking,
What the hell is wrong with her? What also confused me at the time was my classmates snickering during the interrogation, but I brushed it off for it being an awkward interaction. When I sat down, my friend jokingly asked me if I had taken a sulfite and what I did for so long. Still visibly confused, I gave them the same answer. I just went to pee. We were told off to keep quiet, so nothing really happened until the time limit expired. When the teacher told us to hand in our papers, I was outraged at the fact that it happened so soon, since I didn't even get the chance to get halfway through the test. I didn't understand what was happening. Surely she, the teacher, misread or miscalculated the time. But when I looked around, everybody was acting normally and handed in their papers as asked, so I did the same. After that, I started asking my friends on what was happening, because I was genuinely mad at this point. They were confused as well, because they didn't understand what was wrong or what my problem was. They asked me to tell them honestly why I was gone for so long, so I told them my side of the story. My friends looked at each other, then told me that I was gone for about 20 to 30 minutes, and that everybody thought that I was just cheating and looking up answers while I was away. None of us understood what had happened, but they, not the teacher, believed me. I left my phone in the classroom, looked genuinely confused, and they knew this isn't some sensitive topic I would lie about to them. The part that convinces me, and my friends, that I had skipped time is the fact that this only happened to me once and so far, never again. If it were a common occurrence, it would mean that I have some kind of memory-impairing disease. So this does appear to be a universal instance where when you're in high school or even middle school, if you go to a bathroom break, even if it's not a test, like during a test, your teacher will, when you come back, interrogate you, like put you under a bright light, like in the Seinfeld episode where Jerry's being interrogated by Newman, and those mailmen, man, they mean serious business, right? It seems like teachers have this sense of power that comes over them, and they should just relax a bit, okay? Just because we spend a bit of time in the bathroom doesn't mean that we're cheating, okay? Relax. I am very happy that I was homeschooled after the first year of high school in Canada. Yeah, just went homeschooled. And really, by homeschooled, I mostly just played RuneScape and learned English via that and economics, I guess, some economics. Strange childhood, but I love it. But onto time loss. I always think alien abduction. I mean, it is the classic sign of alien abductions, alien nefariousness, or, just goofing around. They do love their time mechanics. It doesn't necessarily mean that this was an abduction, but then you ask yourself, how do they pull that off in a high school? Although, I guess it was during class, so there probably weren't a lot of other people or other students roaming the hallways and in the bathrooms. So given that, And then you also wonder about those instances where it seems like there are humans that aren't behaving quite right. Maybe they're scouts to target certain people, maybe isolated. Maybe there are specific people, maybe with a certain DNA, genetic makeup, mindset, however you want to square it, that they need to examine further for some reason. Interesting idea. But yeah, if it wasn't aliens, then the universe just broke. That is also classic. Story by Liam J. Carter, Where Flashes Burned. A few years ago, my ex and I decided to take a very short trip up the road from our house to grab McDonald's. This is, of course, something we would do often, as luckily, or unluckily, depending on how you see it, McDonald's was about 3/4 of a mile from where we lived. What happened on the way back, however, still gives me a little chill, and I really can't explain why. As we made the journey back, we used an old familiar section of road known locally as The Bar, a long twisting section of quite fast road lined with tall trees that gently sweeps left to right a few times before reaching the town where we lived. About halfway down the bar, there were 2 flashes of light that seemed to totally overwhelm the otherwise clear and fairly bright afternoon. I remember my view out of the car was completely sheet white for a second, whilst my mirrors glared back at me, like the sun itself was behind us, which solidified in my mind that the light had come from all around.
The two flashes lasted no more than probably half a second each, and happened probably half a second apart. For some reason, rather than the usual reaction I would expect of, "What was that?" or, "Huh, I didn't expect lightning today," my ex and I immediately broke down in tears. My ex's first reaction was indeed to say, "What was that?" but absolutely screaming. My feeling, on the other hand, still genuinely crying, was that the air had completely left my lungs, and I was frozen solid with fear. As if I didn't want to move or look around, as I was afraid of what I might see. The panic continued to the end of the road, where eventually we just stopped talking, pulled up to the house, and sat in the car for a minute. For some reason, merely two flashes of light had struck such unimaginable fear into us that it left us simply unable to talk about what had happened. I still drive down that road a lot and think about what happened every day regardless. In some ways, I'd love for it to happen again, to know I'm not crazy, yet at the same time, I'd be fine if it never happened again. Nobody needs to feel that sort of fear. It was utterly spine-chilling. Anyway, that's my story. I just had to put it somewhere. You know, I've also felt great fear after purchasing McDonald's before. The great fear was that the nuggets weren't in the bag. Still had the fries, but man, that is terrible. Or when the sweet and sour sauce isn't available, or just they forgot to add the sauces to the bag, that is just a travesty. It's unacceptable. Come on. But again, the fear to me indicates alien abductions. I do like to harp on them, but I can't help it. Or it could just be space-time portals, but usually those aren't associated with flashes, and they also don't invoke much fear, if any, really, because most people don't even notice them happening. In this case, whatever did happen to you was so apparent that it activated your lizard brain. To me, this feels like a suppressed memory event, where your higher order brain is trying to push down what truly transpired, and so it just created these flashing lights events. There wasn't necessarily time missing in this case, though, so that is an element where if anything did happen to you, it didn't take very long, so that's probably a good thing, I would say. Thankfully, you had McDonald's to enjoy after this, so it's not all bad. Story by Nightshade Patel. The Blanket's Wisdom. Okay, I believe in spirits and different energies, but never have really bought the idea of Hollywood-type horror. This all happened when I was a kid, maybe 6 or 7. I remember my mom was going through her divorce and I was living with my grandma at the time, as she didn't want me in all the bullcrap she was probably going through. This was unfortunately a time when I was in a really sad and a vulnerable state, as I would often ask my grandma, "Why won't Mom come see me? And why is everyone saying that no one wants me anymore?" I would often hear that from school kids as they would make fun of my family situation. I was new in school. I felt alone and almost hopeless that I'd have my mom again. Moving on. One night, I was sleeping next to my grandma and I woke up to a really terrifying sound, almost not earthly and uncanny. I opened my eyes, and right there on the side of the bed, this thing was sitting. This damn thing, I don't know what it was. It resembled a woman, but not a woman. It had long hair, and it was so dark that I could see it through the dark room. I froze in my bed and was so shook that I couldn't blink my eyes for a good minute. I think my eyes started watering. Under the sheets, I tried with my other arm, slowly, to get close to my grandma's arm and start poking it hard. As hard as a kid me could. And suddenly, I felt like stickiness on my fingers. I thought I had made a hole in my grandma's arm. She didn't respond, almost like she was gone. Seeing no hope, I just closed my eyes and started praying. I felt silence and nothingness. I opened my eyes to nothing. Whatever it was gone. Nothing there. Next thing I know, I woke up, went to my grandma, hugged her, and asked her about yesterday, and she just said, "Honey, you didn't sleep with me last night." What the hell? I know it was real, because I had my grandma's hair in my hand. I had short hair at that time. I still remember what that thing kept muttering the entire time in its ghastly, disgusting voice. Ka-hum-hum. What is that? What does it mean? My grandma brushed it off, thinking that maybe I was dreaming. I was terrified. I know it wasn't a dream as to where her hair came from. Why did it feel so real? I genuinely had my grandma sleep with me in my room. I remember one time I did hear someone call my name in the guest room and kitchen a few times. The voice would often sound like my grandma. Whenever I would answer, nothing. I would go to my grandma to ask if she called me, but no, nothing. Told me to not answer it back, as some negative energy can latch onto me. See guys, this was not the last time stuff like this has happened to me. Actually, it is kind of ongoing. What does that ka-hum-hum mean? I have searched through the internet, but have found nothing. That thing was not speaking any language or anything, just that phrase again and again. I'm in my 20s now and still don't know what the hell that means. Story by Jersey Girl 2112. Within the generic world. From 2023 to 2025, I worked at a place I'll call Place A. It was in a shopping plaza with one of those big signs out front listing all the businesses. For years, the sign had Place A's name in its own company font logo. In 2025, we got bought by a corporate company, so we became Company B. A few months later, the landlord updated the entire plaza sign because other businesses had moved in too. They removed all the custom logos and made every business name the same plain font. So for months, I'd drive to work every day seeing Company B in the new generic font. It became normal. Then one Monday, as I was driving to work, something felt off. It's hard to describe. I almost felt disconnected, like everything was real but didn't quite feel real. I pulled into the shopping plaza, looked up at the sign and froze. Every business was back in its original font. Place A's name was back exactly how it used to be, with the original logo/font, like the entire sign had reverted. I remember thinking, I should take a picture because this is crazy. But this is the part that still bothers me. It wasn't just that I decided not to. It felt like I shouldn't. The thought came into my head, but at the same time, it felt like some part of me was saying, don't. It's not necessary. I can't explain it. I just accepted it, went into work, and never mentioned it to anyone. Tuesday, our company was closed, so I was off. When I came back Wednesday, I looked at the sign immediately. Everything was back to normal. Company B generic font, exactly how it had been for months before. I've looked at that sign almost every shift since, and it's never changed again. I know people will say I misremembered or my brain filled it in, maybe. But I also know what I remember seeing, and I've never had another experience like it. The strangest part isn't even the sign. It's that overwhelming feeling that I wasn't supposed to take a picture, or didn't need to. Story by Exploring the World. Next to the Road of Shadows. I was in Big Bend over the weekend, and I had a couple weird encounters I can't shake, and wondering if anyone else has anything similar happen to them. The first evening, we were driving back from dinner, and I wanted to take some photos of the stars, and decided to pull over in a little pullout on the side of the road. I get out, and grab my camera equipment and start to set it up, when I hear what sounds like a step behind me. It was a very slow step that didn't sound like something an animal would have made. I yelled, "Hello!" and turn around and look around me, and my girlfriend freaks out and tells me to get in the car, so I rush back into the car, equipment all in hand, and rush to drive off. I didn't see anything looking around me, but I did get a really uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I was going to potentially stop somewhere else a few miles down, but I couldn't shake the feeling and just went back to the hotel. Then the next night, as we were driving to dinner, something unusual happened as well. We had been watching some sunset views in the park, and then drove to a pizza place afterwards to get some dinner, so it was dark by the time we were heading over. On the drive over, I noticed something on the side of the road that looked like a pure black figure, but wasn't really sure what it was. My mind had been playing tricks on me at night, thinking plants were humans or animals. So I kinda just figured it was that again, until my girlfriend said, "I think that was a person." I never even mentioned seeing the figure, but knowing she noticed it too made me question if it was really just another plant mind trick. I asked her about it, and she felt very confident it was a person. She was in the passenger seat on the side closer, so she definitely got a better look than me and was convinced it was a person. I was not so sure, so we decided to drive past our hotel and check the spot on the way back to see if it was still there or not. Well, we drive back and nothing to be seen. It was either an animal or human or something else that was moved. Weird stuff. Story by Blobber Vanille. At the Edge of Seeing. It was a warm summer night, around 10 to 11 p.m., and I went out into the garden with my dog one last time before going to bed. As we came back inside, and I was about to close the front door, a light outside suddenly started flashing relatively fast. About half a second off and half a second on, or even less. What I did next surprised me a bit, because I usually feel rather uncomfortable outside in the dark, but I went back out to see what that light was. Without shoes or socks, I stepped outside and looked up to see where the light was coming from. Nothing was visible, but the source of the flashing was right above my house. I backed further away from the front door to get a better view over the roof, and at the exact moment I would have seen it, the flashing stopped, and it was pitch black again. The whole thing lasted about 20 to 30 seconds, and there was no sound. The flashing wasn't just a localized spot or anything. Everything around me was alternating between bright and dark, and the source of it was right above my roof, except I couldn't see anything. I don't have street lamps, cables, or anything like that next or above my house. There is absolutely nothing above my roof. And it was definitely not inside the house, because the entire night sky was lit up. I can only describe the flashing as a technical blinking, just without any visible technology. What I still don't understand to this day is that it stopped at the exact moment I looked and would have discovered the source, as if it didn't want to be seen. I wasn't afraid, which is unusual for me in the dark, but instead I felt pure curiosity. To this day, I can't explain what it was, and I have never experienced it again. Story by Scalonians Chosen, by Darkness Invited. About 15 years ago in the middle of summer, I was hanging out with friends on Venice Beach. It was about 9 p.m. when we got there. We decided to walk to Santa Monica Pier, not for any particular reason, just burning time and hanging out. I remember it was me, my friend A, and his friend M. They bought a bottle of Southern Comfort, and I was stuck being the designated driver, so I was sober for the walk. On our way down the beach, all the shops and restaurants were closed or closing, so the area was starting to clear out. Those who know the area know there's a row of housing once you clear the tourist section. About 40 minutes in, a building caught our attention. In my memory, I remember it sticking out from the fancier housing. It was flat-faced and had a few windows on the second story and a single door in the front. The door, however, was slightly raised from the ground, as if the steps had been removed, so you had to take a big step up to get to it. The door, I remember, was also rather narrow, so it couldn't have been a business. The house itself I remember being a dark salmon color, but it could have been lighter since it was lit by street lamps. The door was open. There were no signs and no one around, but we were curious and looked in. It was a long foyer, made narrow by vanities and cupboards lined up against both walls. The vanities and cupboards had all sorts of trinkets on them, and Christmas lights hung along the now hallway. Against our better judgment, we entered. I was first, being the sober one, followed by A and then M. At this point, they sobered up pretty quickly as we walked further into the house. Black lights covered the room, and there were music boxes and toys scattered along the surfaces. I don't know why, but it felt like it took forever to get to the end as we walked. At the end, there was a door, and on the door was the only sign or indicator of any kind. It said, "Welcome to the dollhouse, please come in," with an arrow pointing at the doorknob. Now, I was born and raised in Cali, and I've seen some weird things, art projects, public performances, flash mobs, etc. This was strange, yes, but nothing that intimidated me, so I reached out and opened the door. The door opened about 2/3 of the way, and it led down a flight of stairs into darkness. Before any of us could say anything or even think about taking a step forward, a music box started playing. At that point, our fight or flight instinct kicked in, and all of us turned right around and fled back out toward the car. The whole way there, we didn't say anything, and they abandoned the bottle of Southern Comfort. We had no idea what that was, and for a moment it didn't seem real at all. Not a single person was there. There were all the weird decorations, a set of stairs leading down into darkness, and then a random music box. As we recalled the same details. After sleeping on it, A and I headed back to the beach, I believe no more than a few days later, to make sure of what we had seen. We took the same route. Both of us were sober and we couldn't find it. No weird, oddly placed house or business that we could have missed. No flyers for an art event, no construction, nothing. It was like it never happened. A&M had been a little drunk, but I was completely sober. I am still friends with A, and every once in a while we talk about it. We remember all the same details, right down to the music box playing. I even remember feeling and hearing the old hardwood flooring under my feet and the smell of dust. I have no idea where that was, or why it seemed that only we recall such a place. I've checked Google Maps and couldn't find anything resembling a building like that. Maybe it was some sort of art exhibition, or a crazy sex dungeon? What bothers me is we couldn't find a single building that even existed. The weird door would not pass safely, and there were no signs beside the one right at the end of the hall. My friend is a bit more of a mystic than me, and he suggested it could have been a pocket dimension. I am a reasonable person and I like to find logic in things. I am ready to accept any investigation I did could be faulty, but I have no answers. Yeah, this is probably an interdimensional sex dungeon, and it's just this house of like Hellraiser style insanity going on. I have such delights to show you. Or is it such delights or such sights? I think it is such pleasure, such delights, or something like that. Pinhead has a way with words, right? So that's his domain, and you stumbled up upon it, and you got out, thankfully. Hopefully they don't come back for you. If you notice a portal opening in your room, that would be one time where you probably should run. Just saying. Story by Darknath78. It waited in cloth. To give some context, I am completely of sound mind. I have no history of memory issues or lost time, and I am very meticulous about my pockets. I always keep my keys, my wallet, and my transit card grouped together in my front left pocket. It's a hardwired habit. One morning, I took the bus to school as usual. When I got off the bus and sat down in my computer science class, I reached into my pocket and noticed my keys were missing. My wallet and transit card were still there, but the keys were gone. I spent the entire day looking for them. I retraced every single step of my day. I completely emptied my backpack, and I literally turned my pockets completely inside out in front of my friend and my teachers. They all witnessed that my pockets were 100% empty. I even called the school's front desk and the transit system's lost and found. And just to preempt the most logical explanation, I checked thoroughly, and there was absolutely no hole or tear in the lining of my pocket where the keys could have slipped and hidden temporarily. Besides, my keychain is massive and covered in random trinkets, so there is absolutely no way it could have just hidden in a tiny fold or gone unnoticed. By the evening, I had lost all hope of finding them. I walked back to the bus stop to head home. I plunged my hand into my left pocket to grab my transit card for the bus, and my fingers immediately wrapped around my keys. They were sitting right there, in the exact same spot they were supposed to be that morning. I had physically turned that specific pocket inside out hours before. There is absolutely zero physical or logical way they were in there all day. Story by Sephirim777. The Stillness of Two. I clean offices at night on the weekend and drive this particular road regularly late at night, and have for over 2 years. Tonight, however, I saw the weirdest thing. There were 2 men, above 6 feet tall, standing on the bridge. That's not super weird. two dudes on a Saturday night. However, they looked completely identical, carbon copies of each other, and they were dressed as cowboys. Pearl white cowboy hats, long tan hide ponchos, brown pants and brown cowboy boots. And when I say they looked identical, it literally looked like a copy-paste of the same image. It was freaky how identical they looked. They were standing in the exact same way, looking over the bridge, hands on the rails with their right foot slightly in front of their left foot. Not moving a single muscle. They weren't talking to each other. They weren't holding anything in their hands. No phones, no car parked nearby. It's like they materialized out of nowhere. This is super out of place for this area, especially at night when it's going to be below 40 degrees tonight. This bridge is out of the way on the edge of town. There's not a single streetlight, so it's very dark and is a very long, steep walk up. The sidewalk is there for decoration, basically, for city code. There's literally nowhere to walk to on the other side, besides a police station. It would be very strange for them to park a car anywhere near there and walk up to look over a bridge that only has a view of a cinder pile. They were staring over the bridge, looking northwest with the most transfixed look, like they were looking at something but weren't moving a muscle. I don't know why I am convinced that they were looking at something in particular, but I swear they were looking at something, but it was pitch black out. What could they even see besides a road and some hills? They didn't react to my car, and I had not seen or driven by another car for over 15 minutes before I saw them, and then it was another 10 minutes before I saw another car after I saw them. But when I did drive past them, their ponchos waved slightly, in the exact same way, I swear. That was the only thing that moved. I drive that road regularly at varying times of day year-round. I have never seen anything like that. I feel like I was temporarily transported into a Twin Peaks episode. The feeling I got when I saw them felt like I had been transported to a different planet, but they were just standing there. I can't even describe how out of place it was. Were they ghosts? Twins who like to play dress-up? Do I need to check myself into a hospital? Like, what's going on? Story by iBaby1. A Witness by the Ice. With all the recent talk about aliens and Disclosure Day, I want to share a random experience I had running into a bald white man in a suit, or Men in Black, as I've come to find out. Maybe it was a prank, I don't know, but it never made sense to me. For context, I used to work at Jack in the Box in California. I worked the late night shift from around 8 p.m. until about 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. in a small town. We were never busy around this time. Small town vibes. The streets were empty by around 10 p.m. We would get the occasional customer, but usually I just cleaned and prepped. Anyways, it's dead as always. My manager lets me go home early at about 3 a.m. I was a college student at the time and knew it was easier to get gas on the way home rather than wake up early and get gas before going to class in the morning. I'm driving home and again, it's empty. Pitch black. Not a car in sight, but that's normal. My drive home was always like that. I stopped by a local gas station. Nothing big. Not like an Arco. Just 2 pumps, no attendant, and barely lit. I knew there was most likely nobody there. I pull up to the gas station. I'm alone, or so I think, but when I get out of the car, I notice a tall, white, bald man in a full suit, long jacket, and a briefcase. The outfit alone made no sense to me since it was not that cold, nor the style of someone who would live in that town. It was way too professional, and there was no reason for it. I think nothing of it. I assume he's pumping gas until I notice there are no other cars in the lot. Just my car. It was definitely not a walkable area, so the only thing I'm thinking about is how the hell he get there with no car, and why is he just standing there at 3 a.m.? My guard is up, obviously just as it would be with anybody, but the entire time I'm pumping gas, he's just standing there. He's not smoking or doing anything. He doesn't move the entire time I'm pumping gas, and I'm just trying to get out of there as fast as I can. We're in clear eyeshot of each other, and he's maybe 20 feet away, standing in front of the ice machine. As I finish pumping gas and walk around my car, I'm clearly staring at him. I don't want to take my eyes off him. I get in my car, and I can still see him there. He never looks at me or acknowledges that I'm there. As I'm pulling away, I do a final look to see if anything has changed, and almost as if he saw me look at him in the rearview mirror, he just walks off into the darkness towards my direction. Again, it's not a walkable area, there's nothing he could be heading towards. I can see a little bit of him in the rear view, and even though I knew he couldn't keep up with the car, I still took a random way home that I typically would not drive. Never saw him again. Never had an experience like that again, but it just never made sense to me. Why be at that random gas station in this random small town at that time of night and doing nothing, just standing there? I get chills thinking about it because something about it was never right. I wasn't and am not super big into conspiracies and all that, but later when I came across other stories, I'm like, no way. He looked just as described, super white, basic looking dude, but not normal looking at the same time. Just wanted to share because I have mentioned it to others, but they assure me it was probably just some dude. I call these events imposters. They're possibly alien. I like to believe that they are. I don't know if I like to believe that they are, but I suspect heavily that they are. Yeah. Because they behave in ways where if we went to a different alien species, we had a ship that could take us there, then we might try to study the inhabitants, the life there, but their cultures, their ways, their minutiae would be lost on us. For instance, staring at a person. They may not understand that that's creepy to us, but obviously to us, that's just as straightforward as saying the sky is blue. So you don't stare at people, but they wouldn't know. Or observing someone late at night when there's no one. Maybe their threat prediction and internal operation is very different than ours, and they don't feel fear the same way. So someone just being there, observing, they may not understand as an alien species that that's pretty creepy. Don't do that. Otherwise, you could go down the route of maybe Skinwalker or some other imposter. Or it could just be as mundane as, yeah, it's a crazy person. I don't know. Given how you describe him and where he was, I don't think a crazy person would wind up in that place at that time of night. But that's just my 2 cents. Story by Adrian L. Bale, 10 Years of Wonder. About 10 years ago, a friend and I experienced something that, to this day, neither of us has been able to explain. We were driving at night through some rural roads in central Italy, just talking as we went. Suddenly, for about a second, it literally became daytime. Not dawn, not a bright flash illuminating the surroundings, but full daylight, as if it were 11:30 in the morning. The sky itself appeared blue. The stars disappeared, and then just as suddenly, it was night again. From my recollection of the moment, it felt as though the event originated somewhere in the fields to our right. The closest comparison I can make is an explosion, though not in the destructive sense. I can only describe it as an explosion of light itself, a sudden propagation that seemed to take over the entire sky, rather than simply illuminate the landscape. In the days that followed, I checked local newspapers and looked for reports of anything unusual but found nothing. To complete the picture, the night was perfectly clear. There were no clouds, no storms, and no obvious sources nearby that might explain what we saw. Almost 10 years later, I still have no explanation for what we witnessed. Story by Clearfix 6073. Turmeric and Light. I grew up in India, and when I was in 11th grade, I was going through one of the worst periods of my life. My health wasn't good. I was constantly depressed, crying often, and felt like I was slowly losing control of myself. Looking back, I was in a very bad mental state. My family strongly believed in spiritual causes for these kinds of problems, including black magic, evil spirits, and curses. Because of that, they called a local spiritual healer who was known for dealing with these situations. When he arrived, he checked my pulse and spent some time observing me. After that, he told my family that there was definitely some kind of negative spiritual influence around me. He also said that it could have been caused by black magic done by jealous relatives or someone who wished us harm. Before this happened, our house already contained various religious and spiritual items. Some came from Hindu traditions, while others had been given to us by Muslim babas who claimed they offered protection. We had things like copper plates and other objects that were supposed to help spiritually. The healer told us to remove all of those items and either throw them away or lock them inside the prayer room. He then told us that the main ritual had to be performed at midnight. That night, everyone woke up for the ritual. I remember him drawing a large figure on the ground using turmeric and a white-colored powder. Even today, I can't describe exactly what it looked like. It wasn't clearly human or animal. It was just a strange shape that has stayed in my memory. He started chanting mantras. The only words I clearly remember are Om Shakti Para Shakti. He then made me sit in front of him. He took a few strands of my hair, tied them to a thread, and began asking questions. Who are you? Why are you here? Speak. Tell us what you want. As he kept repeating these questions, something strange happened. Suddenly, a memory from the previous year came back to me with incredible intensity. When I was in 10th grade, I went cycling around my neighborhood one evening. It was around 7 p.m. and getting dark. Outside my colony, I noticed a very bright light in the distance, near a fenced area surrounded by trees. I stopped my bicycle and took out my phone because I wanted to take a picture of it. While looking around with my flashlight, I suddenly realized I was standing next to what appeared to be a fresh burial site covered with flowers. The moment I understood what I was looking at, I became terrified and immediately rode home. I hadn't thought much about that incident for a long time. But during the ritual, while the healer was questioning me, that memory completely took over my mind. I couldn't focus on anything else. It felt like my entire attention had locked onto that moment from the past. What scared me most was that I felt an urge to respond to his questions. It was almost as if answers were forming in my mind on their own. I remember feeling like something was trying to speak through me, even though I never actually said anything out loud. I kept my mouth shut the entire time. After the ritual, the healer told my family that it was black magic. As part of the ritual, a goat was sacrificed. The head was buried near the entrance of our property. Lemons with nails driven through them were buried in the four corners of the property, and other ritual steps were performed as well. I'm not sharing this because I'm trying to convince anyone that ghosts, possession, or black magic are real. To this day, I genuinely don't know what happened. Maybe it was fear. Maybe it was a suggestion. Maybe it was the result of being depressed, emotionally vulnerable, and sitting through an intense ritual where everyone expected something supernatural to happen. Or maybe it was something else entirely. I've never told this full story because I was worried they would think I was crazy. Story by Initial Count 4712. Proof in Blue. I've been experiencing déjà vu since I was a child. Weird premonition type experiences that I have mostly ignored in order to hold on to my sanity. I've experimented with astral projection and lucid dreaming successfully throughout my young adult life. Never thought too much of it. Most of the time I don't share my experiences though, and I read about glitches such as duplicating items and missing items being found in the oddest of places, but I've never experienced it until last night. I was doing my laundry and came across a pair of blue underwear. I know for a fact that I only ever went and bought one pack, because when I tried to buy another, I could never find them again, but I like these because they are very light and very comfortable. Anyway, as I continued to do my laundry, I came across the exact same pair a second time. I know for a fact that there was only one color per pair in the pack. I do not date. I live alone. There's no reason for me to have two miracles. Have I shifted? What happened?
Story by Majestic Jazz Hands. A mile outside of reality. I've experienced some really weird things in life, but I've never experienced something like this. I know people can sometimes start kind of daydreaming and lose track of time, suddenly catch themselves doing it, and realize time went by while they were on autopilot. That wasn't what happened here. I was very focused on where I was and what was going on around me. I've lived up here for almost 11 years. I've traveled this same highway, gone this same exit route more times than I can count. So it wasn't a GPS glitch or me being somewhere where I don't know the roadways or accidentally getting lost. Bright blue skies too, so no bad weather obscuring signs. It was still daylight driving to my friend's house. From where I was to where my friend lives, the exit numbers go down. I had to get off at exit 5, which is on the right side. Exit 5 then separates into 5A and 5B. I had to get off on 5A. Now, when you have to get off onto exit 5, there's 2 lanes of traffic that merge onto the highway from the right. These 2 lanes of merging traffic are what you have to cross over. You have to get all the way to the right-hand side. I say all this to point out that there is a lot going on in this area. There's a lot of vehicles. You really have to pay attention to what is going on around you when you need to get off onto this exit. What was a 3-lane highway turns into a 5-lane highway at the merging area that turns into exit 5. You have to cross over 2 lanes to the right, while those same 2 lanes are trying to merge left onto the highway that you were just on. You absolutely have to be mindful of everything going on around you, especially in this area. So I just passed exit 6. I'm in the right side lane, waiting to see the 2 lanes of traffic appear on my right so that I can get over. It's still bright daylight outside, there's a decent amount of traffic, but absolutely none of it is any kind of road construction or maintenance or utility work or police vehicle in sight. Here, the law is that if there's any kind of utility or construction work done on any road, there's at least 1 cop on site with their lights on the whole time. There was nothing to indicate that there was anything going on with exit 5 that was out of the norm. I'm utterly baffled. Where the hell did exit 5 go? The stretch of traffic from exit 6 to exit 4 suddenly became much longer than it usually is, like exit 5 just didn't exist while I was driving at that time. I was so confused while driving through this stretch because it seemed like it was taking so much longer to see the merging 2 lanes of traffic and the sign for exit 5. Neither of them appeared. I see the sign for exit 4. I ended up having to get off on exit 4, turning around and going back the other way. Exit 5 came up. It wasn't just obliterated off the face of the earth, thankfully, but this all happened 2 days ago. And I can't stop thinking about it. There's absolutely no reason for exit 5 and its 2 lanes of merging traffic on a major highway to just disappear in broad daylight like it never even existed. There are so many layers and instances of different servers running concurrently with our own, and I think they can bleed together sometimes. I don't necessarily think you did a quantum immortality transfer, but you simply we're observing different realities and the slight changes that they have, like the sign being different. It's interesting, though, that these kind of weird events, space-time portals, slight bleed-through crossovers, they almost always happen while driving. Is it something to do with the box? The metal box acting like a Faraday cage? But not really, because the glass allows signals through, so it's not like an elevator. I don't know. There's something really weird about driving, especially at a certain speed. You don't really hear these so much when you're just driving on a street, like your home street, very low speeds. Something about high speeds, long stretches of road that produce these anomalies. Very weird. Story by Neat Caterpillar 103. Echoes of Midnight. Hi everyone, my name is Pedro. I want to share something that happened to me back in 2021 when I was 17 years old. I'm looking to see if anyone has ever experienced anything similar.
First, I want to highlight that I have been seeing these kinds of entities since I was a child. To this day, I don't know why I see them, but I've gotten used to it. It's not something I want or look for. I can just be walking down the street, completely distracted, and suddenly I see an extremely strange being. Over time, I learned to simply ignore them and move on, but this one night was different. I used to stay up very late playing video games online with my girlfriend. One night, I stopped playing, but stayed on the phone talking to her. I shared a bedroom with my brother, but he was a very heavy sleeper, so my talking didn't disturb him at all. It was late into the night, around mid-dawn, while I was still on the phone, when I noticed a tall, dark entity standing in the corner of my room, facing the wall. As usual, I tried to just ignore it. Suddenly, the entity started walking towards me. At the time, I slept on the top bunk of a bunk bed. This being was so tall that it stood nearly 5 feet above my bed level. It stopped right next to me and just stared at me for a while. Usually when I see these things, they just look at me and vanish, but this one felt imposing, completely different from anything else. Then it spoke. It looked at me and said, "I'm going to kill and destroy your entire family." Hearing that terrified me. I immediately started to pray, declaring that it wouldn't happen. Right after that, the entity vanished like smoke. The reason this memory haunts me is what happened just a few days later. A sequence of terrible things hit my family. My parents officially separated for good. 2 of my dogs passed away, and my father had a severe accident at work where he almost lost his arm. So many bad things happened at once that, honestly, it makes me believe that what the entity said was connected to it. Has anyone ever encountered an entity that actually spoke or threatened you like this? How do you deal with the aftermath of experiencing this kind of thing involuntarily since childhood? Story by Capital Complaint 57-9. The Last Vigil. Back in 2018, I used to work late night shifts. Around that time, we were also rebuilding our house, so my family temporarily moved into another home. My grandfather had passed away in January 2019, and it was an emotionally difficult period for all of us. One night, I returned home from work at around 4 a.m. Nothing unusual had happened on the way home, but the moment I stepped inside the house, I felt that something was different. The atmosphere felt incredibly heavy, almost as if the energy around me had become dense. I felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Thinking it was just stress from work, I ignored the feeling and started walking toward my room on the first floor. Before going upstairs, I always checked on my grandmother, who slept on the ground floor. As I turned to look into her room, I was suddenly overcome by an intense feeling of fear. A shiver ran down my spine, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Standing silently in the doorway was a tall black figure, around 7 feet in height. It appeared to be covered from head to toe in a dark robe with a pointed hood. It wasn't moving or making any sound. It was simply standing there, watching. My instincts took over and I immediately ran upstairs. A few moments later, I forced myself to look toward my grandmother's room again, but the figure had disappeared. The experience left me completely shaken. I couldn't bring myself to close my eyes for the rest of the night. About a month later, my grandmother passed away peacefully in her sleep. I have never forgotten what I saw that night. It remains one of the most unsettling experiences of my life, and I still cannot explain it. Story by Kingslayer67, 300 Meters of Fear. So, it happened around 2 years back. We used to live near Ayodhya, and we had some relatives in Gonda, near a small jungle, forest. Not in the middle of the jungle, but when you enter it, after 1 or 2 kilometers, there's a choraha, crossroad. There were 15 to 20 shops there, After that, a major part of the jungle starts. And just 300 meters after that choraha, there was a small cut on the right side of the road that leads to the village. It was just a kilometer from that main road. My father was a businessman. He used to be at the shop till 8 o'clock. That day he closed the shop at 6. I, my father, and one of my cousins, who was 25 years old by then, got ready. We had to go on my father's bike to a party. It was 25 kilometers away from my place, so we started around 6:30, and by 7:30, we entered the jungle. In just 5 to 7 minutes, we crossed the Chauraha, so my father said to us to be attentive for that cut. It was a small pathway. So we all were looking on the right side. My father was driving the bike slowly. We were all looking very cautiously on that side, but we couldn't find that cut. After some time, we realized that we came a bit too far, so we turned back, and after just 2 minutes, we were back on that Chauraha. I got a bit confused. We turned again from the Chauraha, and again started looking for that cut. We were going and going, but we couldn't find it. That's when I looked at the bike's speedometer, because when we started again from that Chauraha, the first white wheel was on 5, and the second wheel was on 2. That's when I asked my father, "Papa, if this wheel turned from 2 to 6 and the white one from 5 to 7, did we travel 4 kilometers? Papa said yes. So I said, we definitely have come too far again, and this time we're into the deep jungle. It was around 8:15 by that point. My father said, I feel something is wrong. I've been to this place 50 times before. It's not looking right. I'm turning again, and this time you two make sure to look for the cut in the road, otherwise we'll go back home. So, we turned and we were looking for that cut, but just after 2 minutes we see the Chauraha again, and when I looked at the speedometer, the bike had traveled only 300 meters. From one side, we traveled 4 kilometers, but in the return trip, we were back at the Chauraha after just 300 meters. Completely impossible. We all got freaking scared. My cousin asked my papa to keep driving till we reached home. We all came back home. None of us know what that was, but we 3 will remember that thing all our life. And then you got another instance like this one, where you could attribute this maybe to server error, where you're trying to connect to a specific region, but that region is governed by a different server than the one that you're on initially. And the transfer process isn't initiating correctly. And that's why when you're trying to go to this place you know should be there, it's not there. It's simply not able to load it. Not yet. I suspect if you went back the next day, the server issue would be fixed. Now, what causes them? It could just be hardware failure in the real world. Simple as that. That isn't very helpful, is it? Nothing we can personally do within, we're trapped within the system. There's no way to escape, like the Matrix. No one to wake us up and give us a pill, and then we touch a mirror, and we wake up. Hopefully, if there ever is an opportunity to do that, you don't wake up in a pod of slime, surrounded by towers of human batteries. That would suck. Not how I want to wake up. Also, the food that they have to eat. It looked like slimy oatmeal or like cornflakes or something. If the real world, okay, such a stupid tangent, but in the Matrix, where you have Cypher, I think he makes a deal with the agents to go back in because he just can't stand the real world. And what he did was wrong. I'm not saying, selling out his people, that's wrong. But wanting to go back in, I do get that part. He went about it the wrong way, but I get it. You load into a program, you can be made rich, you're eating steak, you're just relaxing. Or you go back to the real world and you have to face this dread and nihilism because the food you eat is crap. And, well, there's one thing though. They can still connect to different simulations and programs. I wonder how often they did that. They just load into like a restaurant program and just ate. Now, in the real world, they would still be hungry, but that would be psychologically very useful. Like if we had a program to do that now, I don't think there'd be much market for Ozempic. Just load in the program when you get hungry, spend some time there, eat a huge feast. And then, yeah, when you come back into the real world, you'll feel hungry. But a lot of overeating is just psychological, in my view. Yeah. Huh. Anyways, stupid tangent over. Okay. Story by Zezolive, Dogs of the Silent Path. Hello, everyone. Usually, I write about experiences that I haven't lived through in real life, such as things that come to me while I meditate. However, this specific event actually happened to me years ago, back when I was about 12 years old. Disclaimer: I honestly don't know if this person was just a deeply unsettling human, an alien, or some kind of spirit. At the time, we were living in a small town in Greece, surrounded by mountains. Ever since I was young, I felt a strange connection to spirits, aliens, and paranormal things. Nothing crazy, but I always found hearing about them absolutely fascinating. One evening in September, around 6 p.m., my grandma, my mom, and I decided to go for a walk along a road that leads up into the mountains. In Greece, these types of mountain roads are full of nature, lined with dense trees, the sounds of insects, and if you walk far enough, you'll pass local farmers tending to their animals. Eventually, the path opens up to a beautiful view overlooking the entire town. It's a favorite spot for local hikers, but it's definitely not a famous or touristy place. For years, locals have shared folklore about this area, whispering stories about fairies and other strange entities living in the woods. I wouldn't call the place haunted, but even as a kid, I could always feel a strange energy there. It's hard to explain, but years later, when I started meditating and trying to communicate with extraterrestrial consciousness, I always felt like there might have been a small alien base hidden there, or at least that the location made communication much easier. Anyway, we started our walk, chatting like we always do. We crossed paths with a few neighbors, and everything seemed perfectly normal. But as we walked deeper along the trail, the surroundings grew completely quiet, and we found ourselves entirely alone. Since we had lived there our whole lives, this didn't scare us at all. Then the atmosphere shifted. We started hearing the heavy footsteps of large dogs heading our way. We immediately felt a wave of fear because the dogs in this rural area aren't small, friendly pets. They are massive, aggressive guard dogs that farmers use to protect their sheep. The trail was narrow, meaning we only had two options: keep moving forward past them, or turn around and head straight home. As we stood there debating what to do, a man emerged from the shadows holding not one, but 3 of these massive dogs. He was about 1.8 meters tall, thin, with dark brown eyes and dark hair, wearing a very large, heavy coat. Physically, there was nothing overtly monstrous about him, but the entire situation immediately felt incredibly wrong. My grandmother, who isn't exactly the calmest person, stopped a short distance away. She was close enough to speak to him, so she raised her voice, asking him to pull the dogs tightly to his side so we could safely pass by. We didn't get an answer. He didn't even look up at us. This was incredibly bizarre for our area. It's a tiny town where everyone knows everyone. Even if he was just a visitor or a tourist, you would expect a basic human reaction. After a few minutes of trying to talk to him nicely and receiving absolute silence, she started yelling at him and using some harsh language. Despite the screaming, the man kept his eyes completely glued to the ground. His gaze was just frozen there. He wasn't wearing headphones, and he clearly wasn't deaf. Yet it was as if we didn't exist. He didn't blink, look up, or show a single trace of emotion. His face was entirely blank and stone cold. He was physically standing right in front of us, but mentally, it felt like he wasn't there at all. I know it might just sound like he was being incredibly rude or was an extreme introvert, but his behavior was completely robotic. Even the most introverted person on earth would flinch or look up if an old woman was screaming at them and a child was loudly crying from fear. But he didn't care. He just kept walking slowly toward us with that completely blank, expressionless face. Terrified and realizing we had no other choice, we turned around and practically ran all the way home. To this day, my family still talks about this encounter. I'm not definitively saying he was an alien or a spirit, but it remains one of the most unsettling, uncanny experiences of my life. Now for the jokes. I hate lifts and elevators. In fact, I'm taking steps to avoid them. What do you call a pizza with just peppers on it? Pepperoni pizza. So dumb. I told my therapist that I got a gun because of my fear of birds. He said I was getting carried away. I chambered around and said, "Not today." A boy is getting ready to take his date to the prom. First, he goes to rent a tux, but there's a long tux line at the store, and it takes forever. Next, he has to go get some flowers. So he heads over to the florist, and there's a huge flower line there too. He waits a long time, but eventually gets the flowers. Then he heads out to rent a limo. Unfortunately, there's a large limo line at the rental office, but he's patient and gets the job done. Finally, the day of the prom comes. The two are dancing happily and having a great time. When the song is over, she asks him to get some punch. So he heads over to the punch table, and there's no punchline. All for nothing. To the person who stole my place in the queue, I'm after you now. My buddy set me up on a blind date, and he said, "I'd better warn you, she's expecting a baby." I felt like such an idiot, sitting in the bar, wearing just a diaper. Some people are into that, I won't go deeper. Did my first nude painting yesterday. The neighbors weren't happy, but the front door looks great. If you don't have an HOA and you live somewhere somewhat remote, I just want to buy property there and build like a tower with machine guns and flamethrowers, have a moat. That would be awesome. Maybe not filled with alligators. I want a drawbridge too. Damn, I really want a drawbridge. My wife and I decided we don't want to have kids, so I went and got a vasectomy. But when I got home, they were still there. Damn, that is awful. Bought one of those smart light switches, but it was much too clever, so I replaced it with a dimmer switch. I almost decided to start worshipping paper bags, but decided that would be sacrilegious. My 19-year-old daughter just made this up, and I'm so proud. How can you tell if you're having a dinner with a termite? They order the house salad. Hopefully they have a lot of strong joists. Yesterday, I accidentally sent a naked picture of myself to everyone in my address book. Not only was it embarrassing, but it cost a fortune in stamps. Reminds me of the Elaine incident with the nipple slip. In the Christmas postcard, I believe it was. Apparently the W fell off the door for the women's restroom. It's not a good sign. When I asked my friend who works in IT, "How do you make a motherboard?" he explained, "I usually tell her about my job." What happens when you cross a 4-leaf clover with poison ivy? You have a rash of good luck. If only. There was an old man who lived by a forest. As he grew older and older, he started losing his hair, until one day, on his deathbed, he was completely bald. That day, he called his children to a meeting. He said, "Look at my hair. It used to be so magnificent, but it's completely gone now." The joke continues, but this is relatable. My hair can't be saved. But look outside at the forest. It's such a lovely forest with so many trees. But sooner or later, they'll all be cut down and this forest will look as bald as my hair. What I want you to do, the man continued, is every time a tree is cut down or dies, plant a new one in my memory. Tell your descendants to do the same. It shall be our family's duty to keep this forest strong. So they did. Each time the forest lost a tree, the children replanted one, and so did their children and their children after them. And for centuries, the forest remained as lush and pretty as it once was, all because of one man and his receding hairline.
My father worked 12 hours every day just to put food on the table. Amazing man, but slowest cook ever. Well, unless he was braising meat or just, get the slow cooker going, can make some good stuff in there. Did you know when you are clinically dead, you continue to be able to see for about 2 minutes? Because your pupils dilate. Did you hear about the scientist who accidentally froze himself to minus 273.15 degrees Celsius? I guess that's superfluous, just Celsius. In the end, he was 0K. Oh, it's a Kelvin joke, I see. To the guy who stole my antidepressants. I hope you're happy now. A weasel goes into a bar. The bartender says, "Interesting. I've never served a weasel before. What can I get you?" Pop goes the weasel. God. I can't. I just read that someone in New York gets stabbed every 52 seconds. Poor guy. Yeah, it was just one guy that they have affixed the New York Times Times Square building or whatever. That'd be, it's like those warning signs for pirates. Like in the Pirates of the Caribbean, where they're just, there's a rock face as ships sail through. It's like pirates beware. I don't know what this guy did, but something beware. Thieves beware or something. I don't know. I was walking down the street this morning when I was suddenly hit by a violin, a clarinet, and a French horn. I think it was an orchestrated attack. Why doesn't Ronaldo ever have to clean his room? Because he's not messy. I think this is a soccer guy. I'm not really into sports or follow it much, but even I came across it, just via the natural internet, you could say. My son came up to me crying. "I'm getting bullied at school, Dad. The children think I'm arrogant." "Are they in your class?" he asked. "No, I'm much better than them, obviously." Well, maybe they have a point. Still shouldn't bully, but, take it down a peg. A man goes to a dermatologist with a rare skin disease. The doctor says, "Try a milk bath." So the guy goes to the grocery store and tells a dairy manager he needs enough milk to take a bath. The dairy guy asks, "You want that pasteurized?" "Nah," the man replies, "up to my chin ought to do." Pasteurize. So dumb. Man. Judge, 60% of my parking tickets are bogus. Judge, repeat infractions? Fine, 3/5 of my parking tickets are bogus. The weatherman who developed the heat index passed away yesterday. He was 88, but felt like 95. Today is my son's 4th birthday. When he came out of his room this morning, I didn't recognize him at first. It was as if I'd never seen him before. I think it's a great idea to wear 2 different deodorants, one under each armpit. But that's just my 2 cents. My wife. "You promised to stop with the Darth Vader quotes after we got married." Me. "I am altering the deal. Pray I do not alter it any further." And then, divorce is strong with this one. I got asked out by 5 girls today. I was definitely in the wrong bathroom. I think you were. Today, my son asked, "Can I have a bookmark?" I burst into tears. 11 years old, and he still doesn't know my name is Brian. I was abducted by aliens. They made me wash my hands, clean my room, and eat my vegetables. Turns out, I was on the mothership. Mother knows best. I sued British Airlines for losing my luggage. The courts dismissed me because I had no case. How is it that there's always hair just floating around from Ben everywhere and Ladybug? It's unbelievable. Can't escape it. Alright, more glitches, check them out. See you next time.